Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Half Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. When gold was discovered in the western United States, thousands and thousands of men hurried to the new territory. Most of them were honest and worked hard at their claims, but criminals were drawn to the gold fields as well, and the honest prospector found it hard to protect their property. It was in the gold country that the masked rider of the plains did some of his greatest work in the cause of justice, and in time he brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Danville! Saddle's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, a small but wiry old man is urging his stubborn pack mule down the trail toward Danville.
Dad rat you, Noah. Can't you make no better time than that? Gosh, I don't know why I put up with you the way I do. I swear to heaven you're the most stubborn, cantankerous, wrong-headed, and addle-pated critter ever was wished on a long-suffering hombre like me. Now get up. That's right. I says get up and you stop. Now get away from that there grass. Don't be always thinking of your stomach. We got to get home to my daughter. And I'm telling you right now, Noah, when we get there, I'm selling you off. And if nobody will pay cash for you, I'll give you away. Blast you, get along.
There ain't no hurry, Andy.
Huh? Who said that? Who's there?
Just stay where you are, Andy, if you don't aim to get drilled. Come on, fellas.
Vic Fletcher.
Uh-huh. I want you to meet my friends, Lige Brinker and Mike Moody.
Them polecats?
That's a mighty reckless thing to say, Andy, when you're looking into the business end of this here gun.
You ain't scaring me worth a hoot, Lige. Vic, I never had much use for you, but I never thought you traveled with crooks like these.
Well, now you know.
And Peggy's gonna know, too.
Maybe she will, Andy, and maybe she won't.
Quit arguing with the old codger, Vic. Let's get his gold. Eh? What are you laughing about, you old fool? You think we're fooling? You're gonna find out different.
So you want the gold dust to panned out, huh?
And we're taking it.
And you thought I didn't savvy what you was up to that time a week back when you come prowling around my camp.
You seen me?
It'd take a crook a heap slicker than you, Lige, to put anything over on me. So if it's the gold you want, just try and find it. Go right ahead.
Why, you... Vic, Mike, look in them pack saddles.
Yeah, he must have that dust around somewhere.
And then when you get through hunting them saddlebags, you can search me.
If the gold ain't here, where is it?
That's something you won't never find out.
Why,
I
you-
had a notion maybe you'd try a stunt like this, so I put that dust where it'd be safe till I could get to town and back with somebody to keep guard.
There's nothing in the saddlebags, Lige.
Told you, didn't I?
Mike,
Yeah?
Andy here's got a notion he don't want to tell us where he hid his dust.
There's ways of getting him out of that notion, Lige.
Uh-huh. That's what I was thinking. Suppose you could persuade him?
Sure.
Now look here.
You aim to tell us where that gold is?
I won't tell you nothing, you thieving, low-down, sneaking coyotes. And you ain't gonna get away with this either.
No?
Come on, Lige. We gotta head back for town.
Uh-huh. Mike, me and Vic can't waste no time on this loco idiot. We're gone from town too long. Maybe we'll be asked questions when Andy don't show up.
Yeah.
But you're a trapper, Mike. You don't never come to town unless it's for supplies.
You mean you want me to take care of Andy?
There's nobody but me and Vic knows where your cabin is there?
I'll give 1,000 cash to anybody who figures they can find it.
Then that's where you're taking Andy.
You gonna keep me prisoner?
Unless you change your mind about telling.
I ain't.
But you will, Andy. You will. Get our horses, Vic.
Lige, there's gonna be questions asked if I don't get to town soon.
Yeah?
I told a stranger and his engine pard to let Peggy know that I was heading for home.
And how do you figure that's going to help you?
When I don't show up, there'll be fellers sent out to look for me.
They're welcome to look all they want. But once in Mike's cabin, they ain't going to find you. And that's for sure.
Here's the horses, Lige.
Thanks. Come on.
You blasted skunks!
Don't pay no mind anything Andy calls you, Mike. Get that gold. And don't be particular how you make him talk. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
This must be where old Andy said his daughter lived, Tonto. Oh. I'm sorry we were delayed getting to town, but I have an idea we beat Andy here anyhow. Remember, Tonto, we're only to tell Peggy that her father's on his way home. Don't mention the gold he found. He wants to save that for a surprise.
Me no.
Come on, Kimosabe. I hope my mask doesn't frighten her. I didn't want to put on a disguise.
Me here. What's that?
Must be her.
Who? A masked man and a redskin.
What's the matter, Peggy? Who's at the door?
Don't be alarmed, Peggy. We're not outlaws. We've a message from your father.
My father?
What's that? You're bringing word from Andy? You're a crook.
Careful, Sheriff. Don't slap leather.
You...
Sheriff, wait. Maybe they do know something about Paul.
Is something wrong?
You just bet there's something wrong. And if you've seen Andy, speak up and tell about it.
We'll be glad to.
Won't you come inside?
Thanks. Come, Tonto. Who are these men?
Them two are Vic Fletcher and Lige Brinker. They's the one found Andy's mule.
Howdy, stranger.
And this is my friend, Cliff Dolan.
Afternoon, mister.
What did you say about Andy's mule being found?
Vic and Lige found it west of town, heading this way all by itself.
But Andy, what happened to him?
That's what we don't know, stranger. The mule showed up 3 days ago. We figured at first that maybe Andy broke a leg or something, and let the mule go on ahead so his help would be sent. But we searched all up and down the trail of the hills, and we ain't found hide nor hair of him.
What about the gold?
Gold? What are you talking about?
Sheriff, I promised Andy I wouldn't tell about it, but under the circumstances, I think I'd better.
Get on with it.
Tonto and I met Andy at his camp in the hills a couple of weeks ago. He said if we happened to ride in this direction to let his daughter know he'd be coming home soon. But he asked us not to mention the gold so that he could give Peggy a surprise.
Sheriff, do you think that...
That he was held up for his gold? Well, it could be.
Well, then that could mean he's dead.
Oh, now, Peggy, I don't want to set you to worrying any more than you are already. Shucks, come to think about it. Most likely the gold didn't have nothing to do with your pa's disappearing at all.
Sheriff, I think it did.
What's that, Vic?
Let me ask you a couple questions first, Sheriff. Have you ever heard afore about Andy finding gold?
It was news to me.
And to me and Lige here, too. And I bet it's the first Peggy or Cliff heard about it. Ain't that so?
Yes.
It was just as much news to me as it was to the sheriff.
Just think it over, Sheriff. This masked hombre here and the Injun are the only ones to know about that gold.
What are you getting at?
Just this, stranger. I'm here to say you fellas killed Andy, stole his dust, then come here with this story of yours so folks wouldn't be suspecting you.
Did you say your name was Vic Fletcher?
Of course it is.
Oh.
Now, what's that got to do with it?
Just a second. Well, stranger, you heard Vic. What you got to say?
If we'd stolen the gold, why would we stay here instead of clearing out of this part of the country?
You might have had reasons we don't know about.
Sheriff, Tonto and I liked Andy. If anything's happened to him, we're just as anxious as you to learn what it is.
What else could you say?
Maybe so, stranger. But I reckon things being the way they are, I'll have to hold you for questioning.
I don't think you will. Come on, Tonto, we're leaving.
Don't let him get away, Sheriff. Come back here.
Shoot him, Lige.
Watch out. Oh, my head.
The next person to draw again will get the same. Hurry, Tonto.
Hold on.
Hi-yo,
Get him up, Scout.
Away! We'll find a place to camp, Tonto, then look into this. I'm afraid it's something more than just an accident that's kept Danny from getting home.
Why do you think that?
If it weren't, he'd have been found along the trail. I believe someone else knew about Andy's gold.
Remember that, right?
And another thing, that young chap who called himself Vic Fletcher.
That's not his name.
He didn't recognize me because when we met before, I was in disguise. But that other time, he called himself Jerry Morton.
Can't remember.
The law couldn't prove anything against him, but he was suspected of a score of crimes.
Maybe him steal gold.
I don't know, Tonto, but we're going to find out. Come on, Silver!
That night, in the shack that Vic and Lige shared, the two men talked over their plans.
Vic, that was a slick stunt, pointing suspicion at the masked fella and the redskin. As long as the sheriff had to find out about the gold, this'll keep him from wondering what we've been doing the times we was out of town.
I got a better idea than that, Lige.
Yeah?
I suppose you've noticed I ain't been getting any place with Peggy of late.
A blind fella could see she's all taken up with that Cliff Dolan.
Well, what would you say if we was to make it look like he robbed old Andy?
Cliff?
Right. Don't you get it? Who'd suspicion us of framing Cliff after we said the masked fella most likely stole Andy's gold?
The masked man again.
Sheriff, I haven't got much time. You've got to do exactly as I say.
I thought I seen the last of you yesterday.
But you didn't. Tonto and I are staying until Andy's disappearance is solved.
If Peggy and Cliff hadn't sort of taken a liking to you, I'd see you jailed, guns or no guns.
They believe I'm innocent?
Maybe they do, but that ain't saying I'm agreeing with them.
Sheriff, we're not even sure yet there's been a crime committed. But if there has been, I think I know the men who did it.
Huh?
Did you know that Vic Fletcher has gone by other names in different parts of the country?
Is that a fact? Say, I wonder...
Yes?
I just happened to think of something that struck me funny at the time.
What was that?
I told you it was Vic and Lige found Andy's mule. But I ain't so sure that after they found it, they had any intention of bringing it to town.
Why do you say that?
Because I run into 'em on the trail with that mule. And when I first seen 'em, they was going away from town. Then when I caught up, they said they was just heading for the Bar K outfit to see about some horses and coming back.
Seems strange they wouldn't have reported finding the mule right away. They knew its importance.
That's what I was thinking.
And perhaps you'll be willing to help me make a test.
A test?
I've been listening outside the cafe, and I happen to know that Vic and Lige are coming here soon to ask you if you've seen me. If you'll do what I say, it won't prove their guilt, but at least it'll show whether or not I'm on the right trail.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
When they come to your office, tell them this.
Camp is just over there, ain't it?
Uh-huh. Beyond the gully.
I wonder how in blazes he could know anything about what we done.
Maybe he don't. Maybe he's just bluffing. But we can't take no chances.
He told the sheriff that when he talked to Andy, the old idiot mentioned he was scared of being held up by a couple of fellas from town.
Yeah.
But what I can't figure out is why the masked fella didn't name us to the sheriff if he was telling the truth.
Don't you recollect the sheriff saying the masked man heard us coming and cleared out before we got there?
I didn't see nothing of him.
He most likely went out the back way. Anyhow, he told the sheriff he'd be back in the morning to give names. And if he does, we'll have some explaining to do.
Can't nothing be proved.
But we'll be a lot safer if he don't never get to see the sheriff.
I reckon. You figure they're asleep by this time?
They ought to be.
We've been hiding here ever since we trailed them from town. I want some action.
Come on. We'll sneak up on them now.
Careful of making any noise.
blankets. We've got 'em dead to right. You ready? Yeah. Then come on.
All right, you fellas, you're eating lead.
Don't make no move for your shooting irons.
What's that? You fella!
Watch the engine, Lige. Stranger, you feel this gun I got pressed again you? Well, in just about 2 seconds, I'm pulling the trigger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger, knowing that old Andy Clark had found gold, suspected something more than an accident when the old man failed to arrive in Danville. His suspicions pointed to Vic Fletcher and Lige Brinker. The two men, hoping to prevent the Lone Ranger from talking, attacked him in his camp.
Drill him, Vic. Cast him, Silver.
That horse!
Get him, Scout. They're smashing at us. They'll get trampled. Oh, my arm. Drop that gun. There it is. I dropped it. Up with your hands, Vic. Up with them.
If it hadn't been for them horses...
They've been trained to handle men like you.
Don't shoot us.
Why did you attack?
Stranger, we thought you were somebody else. Yeah, that's right. It was just a mistake.
A bad mistake.
You ain't gonna do anything to us, are you?
Where are your horses?
Just back a ways, behind them trees.
All right, get going and keep on going.
Come on, Vic.
I'm coming.
Why you're not keeping here?
It wouldn't do any good to make them prisoners, Tonto.
Oh.
Their attack tonight revealed the fact that they've had something to do with Andy's disappearance.
Not right.
We still don't know where Andy is. He may be a prisoner. He may be dead. He may be lying somewhere wounded. But we have to let Vic and Lige remain free until we learn the truth.
Less luck. Now, what do we got to do?
Right now, I'm going inside and get ready for bed.
Yeah, what about tomorrow?
The masked fella sees the sheriff.
You know blame well, that's what I mean.
And there ain't nothing we can do to stop it. After we're missing out just now, the masked man ain't going to give us another chance at him.
You think I don't know that? Yeah. Yeah, like that lamp, Vic.
Like I said afore, maybe it was just bluffing.
You can't depend on it.
And anyhow, they can't prove nothing on us. They got to find Andy before they can do that. If they find him in that cabin, I'll eat my shirt.
Just the same, things are getting mighty uncomfortable.
I wonder if Mike's got Andy to talk yet.
I don't know.
Well, there's two things we got to do now.
Yeah? Well, what's them?
I told you I had a scheme to frame Cliff, didn't I?
Uh-huh. Well, that's the first thing we got to do.
Make the sheriff think Cliff's to blame for all this, and nothing a masked fella can say is going to hurt us.
And what's the other thing?
Make Andy talk, and get rid of him.
Get rid of them?
Don't ask foolish questions. You savvy what I mean just as well as I do. Come on, blow out the lamp and turn in.
Early the following evening, Vic and Lige entered the sheriff's office.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Evening.
Good evening, fellas. What can I do for you?
You seen anything more of that masked fella after what he said to you yesterday?
No, he promised to come back, but he didn't.
He didn't?
That's what I said, ain't it?
Just what I thought. You see what he was doing, Sheriff?
What do you think he was doing?
That was just a bluff about Andy telling him anything. He's still trying to get you to suspect somebody else instead of him.
That might be so.
Of course it is. Why else would he stay away after saying he'd be back?
I couldn't tell you.
Sheriff?
Yeah?
I don't know whether I ought to say anything or not.
Well?
What do you think, Lige?
It's up to you, Vic.
Look here, if you've got something to say, say it. If you haven't, don't be wasting my time.
Sheriff, it's like this.
What's like what?
You know that masked fella we were just talking about?
Sure, I know.
Now, you understand I ain't saying that Cliff's done anything wrong. Matter of fact, I'd say Cliff's as straight an hombre as you're likely to find around these parts, but, well...
Doggone it, if you can't tell your story without stopping all the time, get out of here.
Sheriff, what Vic's trying to say is, we seen Cliff talking to the masked fella.
Yeah?
And what struck me and Lige funny was they're trying to keep anybody from seeing him. Of course, like I said, I ain't for a minute accusing Cliff of being in cahoots with an outlaw, but things being the way they are, I thought maybe you'd like to look into it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you go to Cliff's place, Sheriff, and ask him what him and the masked fella was talking about?
You think I oughta?
It's only fair to give Cliff a chance of clearing himself, ain't it?
Do you know that he's been accused of anything yet?
Well,
But won't hurt none to ask, I reckon. Come along.
Sure. Our horses are just outside.
I'll see what Cliff's got to say. But if he's been up to anything crooked, then I'll be the most surprised fella in this county. Steady there. Get up. Get along with you.
Get up there.
Here's Cliff's place.
Whoa,
Whoa.
There's a light inside. He's home, all right.
Who's there?
It's me, Cliff, the sheriff. Open up.
The door ain't locked. Come on in.
Evening, Sheriff. Hey, what are these polecats doing here?
Shucks, Cliff, there ain't no use you and me calling each other hard names just because we happen to like the same girl.
Well, what are you doing here with the sheriff?
I reckon the sheriff can tell you that.
What's it all about, Sheriff?
Vic and Lige been telling me you was seen talking to the masked fella, Cliff.
And what of it?
You see, he was talking to him. He admits it.
What was you talking about?
I'm sorry, Sheriff. That's something I can't tell you.
Can't or won't?
Just can't, that's all.
You ain't forgetting I'm the law around here, are you, Cliff?
I ain't forgetting nothing.
Then maybe you're forgetting there's a heap of suspicion about the masked fella lately.
I said I wasn't forgetting nothing.
Oh, gosh, I don't know just what to do about this, Cliff. There ain't no young fella around here I like better than I do you. And it'd sure hurt Peggy a lot if she was to think you was mixed up in anything that might have happened to her pa. But if you're going to stand there and defy me like that, I'll just have to jail you, I guess.
I said I wouldn't tell you what me and the masked fellow was talking about, Sheriff. But there's something else I got to tell you.
Sheriff,
Huh?
Look at here, gold dust.
Where'd you get that?
Right from underneath a pillow on your cot.
That ain't so.
I seen Vic find it myself. It was right where he said it was. Sheriff, you don't believe it, you can look under the pillow yourself. There's still dust sticking to the bed.
But it can't be.
And I'll bet this was part of the gold Andy was supposed to have found.
Gosh, Cliff, I never figured you for a crook.
Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
Sheriff, I started to tell you something just before Vic stopped me.
Uh-huh.
And if I'm right about it, I think I can prove I'm innocent.
Yeah?
I was out of town this afternoon. Went riding over toward the hills.
What about it?
You know Mike Moody, don't you?
The trapper? Sure I do.
Well, he was always one to hide out. He never wanted anybody to find his cabin. And knowing the woods and the hills like he does, it wasn't hard for him to fix a place that nobody could find.
Go on.
Well, today I found it.
You what?
Found Mike's cabin?
I did.
What's his cabin got to do with proving you innocent?
Sheriff, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Andy ain't there with Mike. But I do know there's two fellas in that cabin. I seen him moving around from a distance.
Well, if you thought Andy was there, why didn't you get him?
And have Mike drill me?
Anyhow, it took you long enough to tell me about it.
Well, I just got back. I was going over to your office after I cleaned up a bit. Sheriff, you got to go there with a posse and see who's in that cabin before you jail me. If Andy's there, then he can tell you I never robbed him.
Can you take me there tonight?
Well, I don't know. It's pretty dark. But I could take you there first thing in the morning.
Then that's what you're going to do. And between now and then, you're staying here with me so's I can keep an eye on you.
Large, everything's going against us. And all because Mike let that blame mule get away when we left him with Andy.
I'll tell him a few things.
Blame lucky for us, Cliff can't find the cabin at night. Steady there. That gives us time to ride out there first, get rid of Andy, and make sure Mike don't do no talking.
How about the gold?
Maybe Mike found out where it is by this time. But if he ain't to blazes with it, the main thing is to save our hides. Get up there.
Get up
there.
Is that you, Tonto?
Oh, Scout. Oh, Scout.
Is everything ready?
You hurry.
Here, Silver.
We ride fast. We'll have to. Hi-yo,
Get him up,
Silver!
Scout.
Away!
Getting hungry, Andy?
Of course I'm hungry.
Well, I reckon I made it plain what you had to do to get grub.
Blast your thieving hide, Mike.
Just tell where you hid your gold and you can fill your stomach till it busts. But if you're stubborn, you keep on getting nothing but bread and water once a day.
If I told you where the gold was, you'd drill me.
Yeah?
You couldn't let me go free to tell the law about you and them crooked partners of yours.
Well, suit yourself. Gosh, this is good grub. Best I've cooked up for a coon's age. I think I'll have another helping of them beans, and maybe I'll
Who's
have You needn't get excited, Andy. Couldn't be nobody but Vic and Lige. They're the only ones knows where this place is.
Mike!
Yeah, howdy, Vic. Howdy, Lige. Yeah, what are you looking so scared about?
Mike, has Andy told you where the gold is yet?
He's still holding out, but after he's missed a couple of more square meals, why, I reckon he'll
We can't wait for that.
But
That blasted Cliff Dolan found your cabin. He's bringing the law here first thing in the morning.
What?
That's a fact, Mike. Cliff must have stumbled on this place accidentally.
Why, the
Lige, untie Andy, will you?
Sure.
What do you want to untie him for?
We gotta let the gold go. All it counts now is to see that Andy don't have the chance to do no talking.
Meaning?
I reckon you savvy what I mean, all right.
I always said you fellas is lower than the meanest snake that ever lived.
Keep your mouth shut. All right, there you are. Now get moving.
Where are you taking me?
Where nobody'll know whether you was drilled or not.
Get along with you. We'll stand to one side, Andy.
What the masked man?
And the sheriff.
You bet it's the sheriff. And from the looks of things, we just got here in time.
Well, you won't get out.
He gets you. Let him go.
Good work, Tonto. Bring him in here. Mike, if you and Lige try that, you'll get shot.
Andy, are you all right?
Fit as a fiddle, Cliff. But, well, maybe I am just a wee bit hungry.
I thought you fellas weren't coming this way till morning.
Cliff said he couldn't find the cabin in the dark.
Shucks, I couldn't have found it in the daytime for that matter.
What's that?
If you ask the masked fella, maybe he'll explain to you.
Lige, none of us knew where the cabin was. You and Vic led us to it.
Did you hear that, you blasted fools?
When I talked to Cliff this morning, I told him what to do. He rode out of town in the afternoon. Then when he talked to the sheriff, he pretended to have found the cabin while he was gone.
How'd you know we had Andy in the cabin?
You and Lige gave yourselves away when you attacked Tonto and me in our camp. Tonto trailed you to your cabin and heard you mention this place.
Well, I'll be doggone.
But even the masked fella couldn't have done much if it hadn't been for Andy's mule. It was the mule showing up without Andy that made us suspect something was wrong as soon as we did.
That was your mistake, Mike.
I forgot all about the mule.
You say it was that dad-ratted, cantankerous critter that helped get me out of this fix?
It was.
And I was going to give him away. Sheriff, a feller don't ever know when a mule's his best friend. From now on, that critter of mine's feeding on the finest oats money can buy 12 times a day.
Hello, Silver! Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's going to be trouble in Beaver Falls. Hi-yo, Silver! Hooray!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hello, Chester.
I sure am glad you're back.
I've only been gone a couple of hours.
Well, that's all it takes, a couple of hours. Only Becker's been shot.
Huh? Oni Becker?
You know him, that little sodbuster lives out near Clear Spring.
Oh, yeah.
He's up at Doc's. You want to see him?
Yeah. Well, tell me about it, Chester.
Well, sir, all I know is he was gambling this morning over at the Texas Trail. He left there a little after noon, and then some fellas found him laying in an alley with a bullet in him.
But can he talk?
No, sir. He's been unconscious the whole time. But Doc's working on him in here.
Oh, hello, Matt.
How is he, Doc?
He's dead, Matt. About 10 minutes ago.
Oh. Oni Becker. Now, who'd have shot a harmless little man like that?
Harmless is right. He didn't even have a pocket knife on him. And besides, he was shot in the back.
Maybe it was an accident of some kind.
Accident? Chester, I once tried to save a man who'd pulled a scythe across the back of his neck by accident. Yes, and I remember a boy who fell between the slats of a fence and got hung. But I never heard of a man shooting himself in the back by accident.
Well, I meant maybe somebody else done it.
Of course somebody else did it.
I know that. I meant by mistake.
Oh, Chester. Chester, are you sure you've been keeping your hat on when you're walking around in the sun?
Oh, you're just mad because Oni Becker died on you,
There was
Doc.
nothing I could do to save him. He bled to death. Inside.
Oh, you did what you could, Doc.
Yes, well, I think I did.
Did, Ani say anything? Anything at all?
No, Matt, he never even opened his eyes.
Well, he was shot in the back, so it wasn't anybody he was fighting with.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. Oni was fighting, or at least having an argument over a card this morning with that gambler, what's his name, Al Clovis, over at the Texas Trail.
He was. Oh, why didn't you say so before, Chester?
Well, I never heard of this Al Clovis.
Oh, he's only been here about a week, Doc. Chester, you wait here. I'm going over the Texas Trail.
Oh, is that you? Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Looking for somebody, Matt?
Oh, hiya, Kitty. Is Al Clovis here?
I was wondering when you'd get around to him.
What do you mean?
I heard about Oni Becker, and Al Clovis threatened him this noon just before Oni went out and got shot.
Huh?
Almost seemed like Al was trying to start a fight with him, Matt.
Where was Clovis when it happened, Kitty?
He wasn't in here.
Kitty, you know Al Clovis better than I do. Would you say he's the kind of a man who would murder Oni Becker because of an argument over cards, shoot him in the back?
I don't know him that well, Matt.
Yeah, well, maybe he had another reason to kill him. If he did it.
Shooting little Oni Becker's like shooting a pet deer. Makes about as much sense.
Yeah. But usually when a man gets murdered, there's a reason of some kind for it.
You mean it'd take more than plain anger to follow a man down an alley and shoot him in the back?
Well, ordinarily it would.
Al Clovis must have wanted Oni dead for some special reason, Matt. Maybe Oni had something on him.
Yeah, maybe.
He was in here a while ago, but he left.
Well, I'll find him.
He might be at the depot, Matt.
What? At the depot?
He said something about going to St. Louis. Now everything's been taken care of here. I didn't know what he meant at the time, but he said it loud, and I know the train leaves at 4:30.
4:30? That's about that now, isn't it?
Well, maybe he said it just to throw you off his trail.
Yeah, well, I'll find out. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Better hurry, Matt.
This is George Fenneman. In choosing your cigarette, be sure to remember this. You will like Chesterfield best because only Chesterfield has the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine, best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. Get a carton of Chesterfield today. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. Both at the same price in most places.
In regular or king size, you can get 'em either way. The best smoke ever made's the Chesterfield you buy today. Smokers coast to coast are changing, it's a cinch to do. Here's all you have to say to get the one that's best for you. Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
One more car to go, Mr. Dillon. If Al Clovis ain't in there, he ain't on this train.
Well, he might have fooled us after all, Chester.
Yes, sir. He could be riding west while we're heading east. We'll never find him if he is.
Well, let's take a look into this car before we walk in, huh?
Yes, sir. Well, I sure don't see him. Not in there, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, unless that's him down there lying back with his hat pulled over his face.
It could be.
Well, it better be. Now, come on.
Okay, sir.
Hey, wake up, mister. Come on, wake up.
Quit bothering me. What do you want here? Marshal Dillon. Huh. What are you doing here?
Keep your hands on your knees, Clovis. Tight.
Well, what's this all about, Marshal?
You carrying a gun?
Why should I carry a gun?
Stand up, Clovis. Come on, stand up.
Okay. What for?
All right, search him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
No, keep to one side of him, out of my way.
Don't you try nothing, Clovis.
Why should I? I told you I wasn't armed.
No, ain't nothing on him.
All right. Okay, you can sit down, Clovis.
I don't understand this, Marshal. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the man who murdered Oni Becker this afternoon.
You mean you followed me and got on this train because you thought I killed Oni?
It's about 100 miles to Great Bend, Clovis. We'll get off there and take tomorrow's train back to Dodge.
Oh, you're making a big mistake, Marshal. while you were riding up and down on this railroad, whoever did kill Oni Becker's leaving the country for good. You'll never catch him now.
What you're trying to say is that you don't admit killing him yourself, isn't it?
I'm not a murderer, Marshal.
No, we'll see.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. You heard Oni and I had a little argument this morning.
Didn't you?
Sure. That doesn't prove anything. I argue with lots of men.
You threatened to kill him.
Ah, that was just to scare him. He was being kind of stubborn about it all. You know what those farmers are like. And I suppose it takes a stubborn man to grow potatoes.
Well, if you're so innocent, why did you announce everything had been taken care of and that you were going to St. Louis?
Did I say that, Marshal?
You know, Clovis, I can always kick you in the head and take you back to Dodge in a sack. Now, why did you run?
I'm not running. There's no reason why I should. That's the truth, Marshal.
Where were you when Oni Becker was killed?
I was wondering when you'd ask me that.
I suppose you got an alibi.
You know Mr. Botkin, don't you, Marshal?
I ought to. Botkin's run the Dodge Bank ever since it was an old whiskey barrel.
Well, I was with him in his office at the bank, Marshal. I suppose you'll take his word for it.
Yeah, sure I will.
Well, we were discussing the money I placed in the bank when I arrived in Dodge a week ago. $5,000, Marshal. Mr. Botkin is going to transfer it to St. Louis for me.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go up and tell the engineer to stop the train at Jane's Crossing.
Stop the train?
There's a ranch about a mile from there where we can borrow some horses.
Well, I thought you said we were spending the night at Great Bend, Marshal.
I changed my mind, Clovis. Your story doesn't make much sense, and I want to get back to Dodge and find out why.
It must be about midnight.
Sure is, and I'm tired. Haven't been on a horse in years.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so, Clovis? We'd have borrowed a wagon for you.
Never mind, Chester. You take him on down to the jail and lock him up, huh? I'm going to stop here at Mr. Botkin's house. His light's still on.
Want me to go in with you, Marshal?
I'll let you know what he has to say, Clovis. I'll be along a little while, Chester.
All right, sir.
Matt Dillon, Mr. Botkin.
Oh. Well, Marshal, come in. Come in.
I wouldn't have bothered you this late, Mr. Botkin, but I saw your light was on, and I figured you were still up.
Up? Of course I'm up. How could I sleep tonight?
Why? What's wrong?
Where have you been, Marshal? The whole town of Dodge has been looking for you. Fine time for you to be up riding off somewhere, I must say.
Well, tell me what happened.
What happened? Don't you know even yet? What are you doing here at my house?
Well, if you'll calm down, I'll tell you.
You'll tell me? I'd better tell you, Marshal. Well, you're out gallivanting around on the prairie somewheres. My bank was held up.
What?
About 5 o'clock, just as we were closing. 3 men that got away with over $25,000. Every cent of cash I had in that vault, Marshal.
Well, didn't anybody try to follow him?
No, they tied me and them cashiers up so tight they were miles out of town before we could get loose. There's a few men saw him leave, but they were afraid to do anything about it. And, of course, the United States Marshal, he wasn't even in town.
Did you get a look at him?
No. No, they were masked. Nobody I found can even identify their horses. They're just gone, Marshal. With $25,000.
Look, Mr. Botkin, I came here to ask you a question. It might have something to do with your bank being robbed.
Oh? Well, what is it?
Was Al Clovis with you in your office about noon today?
Clovis? Yes, he was for a couple of hours. Why?
He had some money on deposit?
Yeah, that $5,000 cash. Of course, that's gone, too. That's part of the money they took. I'm afraid Clovis is broke now, along with me and a lot of other people.
Oh, maybe he isn't as broke as you think.
Oh, he's broke. Unless you can get that money back, Marshal.
Look, I got an idea. I might find it for you, Mr. Botkin. And it won't take very long, either.
Well, I got Clovis all locked up, Mr. Dillon. He won't be taking no more trains for a while.
Good.
What'd you find out from Mr. Botkin?
And I'll tell you and Clovis at the same time, Chester.
Well, he's right in the first cell.
Well, Marshal, come to turn me loose.
Mr. Botkin says your alibi's good, Clovis.
If you'd have believed me in the first place, you'd have saved us all a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Well, let me out. I don't want to spend the night here.
You better get used to it, Clovis. You're going to be spending a lot of nights in here.
What?
At least a month or two of them.
No. They can't keep me here, Marshal. It's illegal.
Is it?
Of course it is.
Well, maybe you know more about the law than I do, Clovis, but I run this jail, and you're going to stay here a long time. And what's more, I'm going to tell the whole town where you are. Come on, Chester.
Marshal, I demand to be released at once. Now come back here. It'll cost you your job if you keep me here.
Shut the door, Chester.
Marshal, you can't do it. Marshal!
You really gonna keep him locked up, Mr. Dillon?
I am.
But he ain't done nothing. I mean, if Mr. Botkin said he is with him...
Well, Clovis didn't kill only Becker, if that's what you mean.
Well, then why don't you turn him loose?
Chester, the bank was robbed of $25,000 today.
It was?
Yeah, just after we got on the train. Looks to me like only Becker was murdered just to get me to follow Al Clovis out of town.
Well...
We'll find out in a few minutes. I don't think Clovis can stand the idea of sitting in jail while his partners ride off with all that money.
You mean he was supposed to get out of here and meet them as soon as his alibi was made good, huh?
That's the only way it makes sense to me.
Marshal! Marshal Dillon!
Well, it didn't take as long as I thought. Come on.
Marshal, I gotta talk to you.
All right, go ahead.
You really gonna keep me in jail here? You mean that?
That's all you wanted. Don't bother me again.
No, don't go, Marshal.
What do you want, then? It's late, Clovis. I want to get to bed.
Marshal, I'll make you a deal.
About what?
If I help you get back whatever was stolen from the bank today, can I keep my $5,000 out of it?
How did you know the bank was robbed, Clovis?
You're smart, Marshal. I can tell you got this all figured, holding me in jail and all. But I'm smart, too.
Are you?
Smart enough to know you need me as much as I need you. You'll never find those men without me, Marshal. But I can take you to where they are, and I'll identify them for you.
Why?
All I want out of it is my $5,000. Now, that's mine. You can do what you like with the rest.
The court will have to decide about your $5,000, not me.
Will you think there's a chance I might get it?
Well, I don't know. But you're a gambler, aren't you?
It'll help my showing you where they are, won't it?
Yeah, it'll help.
Okay. I'm supposed to meet them tonight or early tomorrow, Marshal. They won't wait longer than that.
All right, who are they, Clovis?
They're not friends of mine, Marshal. I never saw them before 2 weeks ago in St. Louis. And they're all hiding behind summer names.
How far's away the meeting place?
Hey, it's an old cabin, about 20 miles from here.
They there now?
Nobody stopped them here, did they?
No, thanks to you.
But I'm helping you now, Marshal.
If I find your partners, you are. Chester, go get our horses.
We going out there tonight, Mr. Dillon?
Would you rather try it in broad daylight, Chester?
No, sir.
One-way cigarettes, one size, that is, are almost obsolete because they just don't give smokers what they want. Either way, you'll like Chesterfield best. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette because only Chesterfield gives you the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine. Best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. You smoke with the greatest possible pleasure when your cigarette is Chesterfield. Yes, these 6 words, highest in quality, low in nicotine, mean Chesterfield is best for you. Get a carton of Chesterfield. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. Both at the same price in most places.
You sure you can find this cabin, Clovis?
I made the ride out here one night just to be sure.
I swear I can't hardly see nothing. I wish that moon wasn't all scudded up with clouds.
Chester, you still don't understand that if you can see them, they can see you.
Chester, I know you're right, Mr. Dillon. It sure looks like rain, though.
We're almost there.
Good.
Marshal.
Yeah.
How are you going to take them? 3 men.
What's the matter, Clovis? You getting scared?
You know what they'll do to me if you don't take them, Marshal.
Like I said, you're a gambler, aren't you?
Look, why don't you give me a gun? I'll help you.
We'll manage.
You can trust me, Marshal. I'm on your side now.
Clovis, I wouldn't trust a man like you if you were in church, praying.
Wait. Somewhere over there. Ooh. Yeah. There it is. That little clump of elder. The cabin's in there, eh? You see the light?
Yeah. Are you sure that's it?
Of course I am.
Okay, let's get out. Chester, I'm going to go up on foot and have a look. You stay here with Clovis.
Okay, sir.
What if they hear him and come out and shoot him?
Mr. Dillon ain't exactly green at this game, Clovis.
They wouldn't kill me. They'd burn me or something first.
Can't blame them much.
Wish I'd stayed in jail. Wished I'd let him keep the money. Something's sure to go wrong here. Unless maybe I outsmart him.
You ain't gonna outsmart nobody, Clovis, so forget about it.
Okay.
I declare I never seen a darker night than this is.
No. Neither did I. Here, get off. Get off.
What's the matter?
It's my horse. He's standing on my foot.
We'll push him off.
I can't. Now help me, Chester.
No, for pity's sake.
Come on. Ow.
Move him. That's all you gotta do.
Back.
Here, what are you doing? Clovis?
I got your gun, Chester. Now shut up. Don't move.
You give me
Shut up,
that
I said.
gun.
That's better. What's that?
Thunder, Clovis. You'll be hearing a different kind when Mr. Dillon gets back here.
He's not coming back here. We're going to him. And if he shoots anybody, it'll be you, because you're going to be right in front of me. Like this. All right. Start walking, Chester. Go on. That's far enough. Stop here. We'll pick up the marshal now and go on to the cabin. Now call him and tell him how you're fixed. Go on, call him.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon? He ain't nowhere around
Yes,
here.
he is. Tell him. Go on.
Clovis got my gun, Mr. Dillon.
Tell him if he doesn't walk over here with his hands up, I'll shoot you.
He's going to take us both to the cabin, Mr. Dillon. He says he'll shoot me.
You heard him, Marshal. I'll kill him sure if you try anything.
He ain't close enough. I tell you, he's probably clear up there at the cabin.
Okay. Okay, start walking, Chester. Just straight ahead. Once I get you inside the cabin, he'll have to give up. Unless he wants you dead.
You hurt, Chester?
No, sir. His gun just went off when you hit him.
All right, get the gun quick. Come on, come on.
I got it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's get up to that cabin. They know we're out here now.
Oh, they're getting away, Mr. Dillon. They're gone.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I just don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. Let's try to find our horses. We'll get Clovis later.
We'll never find them horses in the dark this way.
Rain. Well, that's it. There won't be a track left now. Well, there go 3 killers and $25,000.
Dillon, I just feel awful about this.
How'd he get your gun away from you anyway?
Well, see, he said his horse was standing on his foot, so
So you walked up and let him pull your gun right out of the holster, huh?
Yes, sir, that's about the way it happened. Dillon, you should have let him take me into that cabin. They'd have killed me, but you could have caught them. They wouldn't have got away like they did.
Yeah, I know. I was close enough to hear what Clovis said.
Well, then why'd you save me? Everything would have been okay.
Oh, yeah. Everything would have been okay. Almost everything, Chester. Well, let's just don't stand here in the rain talking about it. Come on.
My, what a terrible mess.
It was my choice, Chester. Not yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon, would you like a whorehound drop?
L&M filters are sweeping the country, and the reason's simple. No filter compares with L&M's exclusive Miracle Tip for quality or for effectiveness. And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes, only L&M gives you effective filtration, and no other cigarette has it. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy L&M's, now king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Remember, next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
agreed to deliver this man to your prison. But under the circumstances, I would prefer not to take pay for this particular job.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin not going to like this. Not even 11 o'clock yet.
Now, don't worry about it, my boy. Just wake him up. He'll be glad you did.
But you not understand. Mr. Paladin sleep late in the morning when he's out gambling night before.
Never you mind. Just do as I say.
Oh, Mr. Paladin. Mr. Paladin.
Go away, hey boy. Go away.
Have gentlemen to see you, Mr. Paladin.
Then both of you go away.
Oh, what'd I tell you?
I've got to see him.
When Mr. Paladin say, hey, boy, go away. Hey, boy, go.
Tell him I have $2,000 for him.
Oh, that don't make any difference to Mr. Paladin.
Tell him.
Mr. Paladin, this man say has $2,000 for you. See? He go to sleep already.
Hey, boy, what are you standing around in the hall with this gentleman for? Show him in.
Holy moly. Mr. Paladin, you lose all your money last night?
Never mind. Goodbye, hey, boy.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Now, you'll excuse my appearance. I spent the evening with a client and...
No matter. My name is Finletter. I'm a lawyer. My client in Nevada has a matter he'd like you to take care of for him.
Who is your client, Mr. Finletter?
It's all right here in this document. If you'll just read and sign it.
Well, let me see first. I, Paladin, do hereby agree to deliver post haste the person of one Jeremy Thompson to the governor of the state of Nevada. The governor? Upon delivery at Carson City, I will be paid $2,000. Well, Mr. Finletter, I'm not a bounty hunter, nor am I a lawman. I don't transport prisoners.
Mr. Paladin, I forgot to mention there's $1,000 expense money payable immediately.
And why doesn't the governor use his law enforcement officers to do this job?
It's a somewhat delicate matter, personal matter between the governor and this Jeremy Thompson.
I see.
There's also the fact that no jail nor any officer has been able to hold Thompson for any reasonable length of time.
Can he be so bad as all that?
I'll let you judge for yourself. Wilson? Oh, Wilson. He sent along a pair of special handcuffs. Here's the key.
Yes. The governor does well to be cautious. He certainly is a vicious-looking devil.
Mr. Paladin, that's Wilson you're looking at.
That's... I'm sorry.
The other gentleman is Jeremy Thompson.
Hello, Jack. It's me, all right.
And the governor is willing to pay $2,000 for this boy?
Now, if you'll just sign this paper, Mr. Paladin.
All right, but I feel like I'm stealing the governor's money.
We're glad you think so, sir. Unshackle him, Wilson.
Oh, now, just a minute. I didn't know I would take charge of him now.
I'm afraid he's your responsibility now, sir. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Thompson has an accomplice whom no one has seen, Mr. Paladin. You just might have your hands full. Good day, sir. Come along, Wilson.
Yeah. Well, Thompson, I haven't even had my breakfast yet.
Oh, neither has I, matey. Order up for two, huh?
Constipation is something people don't talk much about, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Now, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting.
A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Well, pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Over breakfast, my cherub-faced prisoner announced that he was certain that his partner would never allow me to get him as far as Carson City. We took the inland stage, and by the time we reached Elk Grove, some 40 miles from San Francisco, the passengers had dwindled down to 2 people besides Thompson and myself. One was a very old woman with a staring eye that was hard to ignore. The other was a portly whiskey drummer whose red face marked him as his own best customer.
Say, lady, ain't I seen you somewhere before?
This thing is what I call it. Handcuffing his own son.
I said, ain't I seen you somewhere? San Francisco or somewhere?
When I was a girl, my father shot a man used to handcuff his son.
The old goucher thinks I'm your son, Paladin.
She must be blind as well as deaf.
I could swear I know that lady from somewhere. Oh, officer, my name is Pierpoint. What's yours?
Paladin.
Ah. Where are you taking your prisoner to, Mr. Paladin?
Boy is handsomer than you are.
He's a prisoner, ma'am. He's not my son.
Thought so. Has your eyes. Close set like.
Buy yourself out of that one, matey.
Mother must have been fair. Gave him the look.
Sorry I set the old girl off, Mr. Paladin. Usually don't talk to ladies on these trips. Get them started, you can't shut them up.
It's all right.
I thought I'd seen her face somewhere, though.
I go all the way to
Well, there
Denver.
she goes again.
Lillian will be there to meet me. Lillian's my daughter.
Oh there! Oh, now.
How's that? What'd he say? Anyone catch that?
Driver, what are we stopping there for? I just ain't nowhere at all.
I don't know.
Does anybody know why we're stopping?
Driver, what's the matter?
I got bad news, folks. Have a horse that's running lame. We'll have to stop and rest him.
What's he say?
A lame horse, ma'am.
I knew it. I wanted Lillian to marry a blacksmith once, but do you suppose she'd listen to me?
Whoa. Oh, it's hotter than the hinges of Hades, driver.
Tried to get as close to that tree as I could. Now, you folks can all sit there till we're ready to go again.
These dang things never break down in town.
She's going to help a lady down.
Lady, I didn't bring you. Get yourself down.
I'll give you a hand, ma'am.
How do you know I didn't buy off the driver, Paladin? Maybe my partner's to meet us here.
Out you go, Thompson.
All right, matey. Don't get your dander up.
Never get Nevada this way. Oh, Lillian's probably worried to death about me.
We'll sit here, Thompson.
Here, old girl, take a swig of this. Things won't look so bad.
That's mighty kind of you. But
You'd be apt to regret it, Mom, in this heat.
Oh, let her drink it, let her drink it. Maybe she'll fall asleep the rest of the trip.
Well, it's only fair to warn her.
Son, you ain't rid these stagecoaches with as many windbags as I have. Whiskey usually shuts them up good and proper. Oh, there she goes again. Want to snort of this, Paladin?
No, thanks, Mr. Pierpoint.
How about you, sonny boy? Your tongue must be about to dry up and fly away.
No, thanks, mate. My old mother told me not to touch the stuff.
Lillian had a strong mind for a long time. She came home with a buffalo hunter one time. Any of you ever smelled a buffalo hunter?
Tell us, Mother, what did he smell like?
Yes, he certainly did.
Folks, I can't push that horse anymore. We're going to have to spend the night here.
Oh, no.
Driver, how soon are you going to unhitch your horses?
Right away. Why?
I thought I'd shackle my prisoner to one of your wheels. He'll be safe that way.
All right with me.
Lillian soon saw the error of her ways. My good man, let me taste that whiskey.
So long.
Have a nice trip.
Don't forget to phone.
Wherever you go this summer, keep in touch with home by long distance.
Thank you, operator.
You calling your mother? Let me talk to her before you say goodbye.
All right. I'm getting her now. Hello? Hello, Mother. Yes. Oh, we're having a fine trip, and the weather's perfect. You getting along all right? Good. Now, if you need anything, be sure to call Barbara next door.
When you're away this summer, put long distance to work for you to keep in touch with the folks back home while you're away. You'll have a carefree trip knowing everything and everyone at home is okay. Long distance rates are low. Why not call now?
I watched the old lady tip the bottle to her lips. Then I looked at the boy's face. He was watching me, agonizingly. In that moment, Jeremy told me more than he ever intended. I fastened him to the stagecoach wheel, the handcuff passing over the iron band so there was no chance of his getting away. When night fell, I made a bed for him in the road beside the wheel. I made my own bed nearby and laid down to sleep. But it was no use. Oh, no.
There, boy. P-I-E-R-P-O.
Fall asleep, eh?
Those two?
She promised she'd never touch a drop of it again.
Is she your partner, boy?
It's her.
Who is she?
She's me mother.
Your mother?
Did you ever hear of Jenny Birdwell?
Jenny Birdwell?
The same. Oh, it doesn't make any difference now. But the governor rang me. She said she'd never touch it again.
I saw Jenny Birdwell 20 years ago in Boston.
Our American cousin?
She was wonderful. But 20 years couldn't do that to a woman.
20 years of drinking could do it.
What a shame.
And I actually thought she was going to get me free. She said she had a way.
But Jenny Birdwell was American.
My old man was English. He had a mind-reading act. Came to this country in 43. When I was a little tot, Jenny's earrings started to go. She started to drink. So we left her and took me back to England.
I see.
I was only 4 when the old man died. His sister had to raise me. When I thought I was grown enough, I came over here to look for Jenny.
How did you happen to find her?
Oh, I spent 3 years looking. I found her all right. On the Barbary Coast.
Barbary Coast.
It ain't no place for a lady. I convinced Jenny that we should go back to England, start all over again. But we needed money. So I decided to kidnap the governor's daughter.
And that's your hanging offense, huh?
$10,000 I'd figured to ask for her. That was before I'd seen how ugly she was. So I hid her out in a cave. There was a time I figured they'd never ransom her. And all the while, she wanted to stay with me. Finally, I dropped it to $2,000. They came through with the money. Huh?
I'm sorry. The temptation was too much.
Oh, easy now, Jenny, easy. You're not walking too well. You may fall. Yeah.
I tried, Jeremy. I tried, like I promised you.
Easy now. Easy. You better get in the coach, Jenny. You'll have the whole seat to lie on. Now, in you go.
Is she all right?
Yes.
Stand where you are, sir.
What?
I'll be forced to shoot you.
Tell the old girl sober.
All right, throw your gun on the ground. Do it. Now I'll have the key to the handcuffs.
Jenny, I thought you was drunk.
The key, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Jenny, girl, you're still the greatest actress in the world.
Angie, I can't believe you papered this room.
I did. Just followed one of those how-to-do-it books.
Fred didn't help you?
Lately, he's had nagging backache with sleepless nights and feels worn out.
A person doesn't feel up to much with backache. Better tell him to try Doan's pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains, may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Jenny Birdwell stood like a fragile old bird, clutching the gun in her quivering hand. Her face mirrored great pride as she told her son she had only pretended to swallow the liquor. While she held the whiskey drummer and the driver at gunpoint, Jeremy handcuffed me to the wheel. Then he rounded up the two best horses, and they rode off. The drummer found a pistol in his bag and shot the handcuffs free. I mounted a horse and rode in the direction they had gone. By morning, their trail led towards an abandoned mountain shack. The two horses stood outside. As I rode up, Jeremy and his mother ran out. The old lady mounted her horse like the devil was after her. Hey, Jenny, wait, you might get hurt. Wait, Jenny!
Hello, Jack. Looks like you and me again.
Get your hands up, Jeremy.
All right. But I ain't armed.
Why didn't you run with her?
This way at least Jenny goes free. Look at her. There's a lot of bounce in the old girl yet, huh?
It certainly is.
Well, where to now, Paladin?
Back to the stagecoach, then to Carson City.
You won't have to force me anymore. I'm tired of running.
Somehow I believe you, Jeremy.
Here you are, Miss Paladin. $2,000.
That isn't why I'm here, Governor.
But it's yours. It's part of the bargain.
I got a new bargain for you, Governor.
You bargain?
Mm-hmm. The $2,000 is yours if you don't hang Jeremy Thompson.
Hang him? My good sir, bringing that boy back is a festive occasion. He's going to marry my daughter.
Marry your daughter? Well, then why is he in jail?
Miss Paladin, do you have daughters?
No, I have no family.
Then this may be rather hard for you to understand. You see, Brunhilde is the eldest of 3 daughters. The other 2 are married. Brunhilde is not, and she's almost 37. She and this Thompson boy spent some time together, and, well, Brunhilde is in love with Thompson.
So that's why he was worth so much to you.
You can see the money is well spent, Mr. Paladin. Take it. You've earned it.
No, I can't, Governor. I brought this man in because I had contracted to do so. But, well, there were certain circumstances which made me prefer not to bring the boy in. Do you understand?
Not quite.
Well, Governor, what happens if the boy refuses to marry your daughter?
I'll give him a few weeks in jail to think about it. Then we'll hang him.
I see. Even at that, I doubt if there'll be a wedding.
Sir?
And under the circumstances, I would prefer not taking pay for this particular job.
Yes, what is it?
Excuse me, sir.
Of course, Miss Henry, come in.
I didn't want to interrupt, but we've had a stroke of luck.
How's that?
There's an old lady outside who wants the job as cook at the prison.
Wonderful. That is good news, Miss Henry. Has she had any experience?
Yes, sir, in several institutions back east, she says.
Well, does she realize that she also has to serve the men in the prison, take food into their cells?
Yes, sir. I told her, and she said that she wasn't afraid.
What do you think, Miss Henry?
Oh, I think we should hire her. She's quite vigorous, old lady. I think she would be more than capable.
What's her name?
Miss Birdwell.
Birdwell?
Do you know her, Paladin?
No, sir. I don't think so.
Very well, Miss Henry. Tell her she's hired. Start her right away.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Paladin, do you realize what a feather in my cap this is?
How's that?
Why, how many women do you know who would cook for 27 hardened criminals?
Enough, Governor.
What do you mean by that?
Enough to cause me to change my mind. I'll take that $2,000. Miss Wong. Pardon me. Oh, Miss Wong.
Hmm? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Paladin. Well, what do you want?
That paper you're reading is mine, is it not?
Oh, Asa. But Mr. Wong read about Tong War. Oh, terrible thing. And Hey Boy.
What about Hey Boy?
Oh, his name in paper, too. See?
I don't understand why Hey Boy doesn't stay out of these affairs.
Oh, Hey Boy, important man in Tong, has to fight.
Well, one of these days, Hey Boy is going to... Hey, what's this?
What's this?
Carson City prison break. Oh, listen to this, Miss Wong. Last Monday at Carson City, Nevada, 27 desperate criminals made good their escape from the state prison. According to Governor Orson J. Bjorstad, they took with them as hostage an old woman who had recently been hired as a cook. Just as I expected.
Mr. Paladin, what you start to say about Hey Boy?
Just that one of these days, if Hey Boy doesn't stay out of these Tong wars, he's going to end up in jail.
Asa, maybe you better talk to him, Mr. Paladin.
Well, if you think it'd do any good. And when you go downstairs, tell Hey Boy to come up. But I want to talk to him.
Oh, Asa, thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Next time you refresh, enjoy a frosty, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola.
Sociability, Charlie.
All right, Kay, how's this? Pepsi is light, refreshes without filling. You like to refresh? Have a Pepsi right now.
Well, offer it to everybody, Charlie.
I will. Enjoy Pepsi at the fountain. It's delicious at home, too. Have one at lunch or with a snack.
Charlie.
At the beach or at dinner. Wherever you go, wherever you're thirsty, Pepsi is there.
It's here, too, in our Be Sociable song.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
For the weekend, have plenty of Pepsi around. Pick up an extra carton today. CK, I'm sociable.
With Pepsi, everyone is.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Harris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Tom Hanley. Featured in the cast were William Redfield, Joseph Kearns, Parley Bear, Jack Moyles, Tim Graham, and Peggy Weber. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Entertainment Cereals presents
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of a hornet's nest. The next time Mom goes to buy groceries, remind her to look at the Kellogg's display. Look for it yourself. You'll both find it's exciting and interesting because every single one of Kellogg's cereals is in a new, different-looking package. Of course, while you're looking, you'll want to buy a supply of cereals, too. Sugar Corn Pops, for instance. That's the cereal with the sweetening already on it. And zowie, it sure tastes great. You can eat it right out of the box like candy or out of the bowl for breakfast. Get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops soon. In the early days of the great Southwest, two men, tall in the saddle, cast their long shadows across the plains. They were United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his trusted deputy Jingles, the most famous of those who fought for law and order in an age of violence. One great fight took them in a wide circle which began and ended in the ominous whine of a hornet's nest.
Come on, Jingles, we gotta move on.
Oh, but Bill, I ain't had enough to drink yet. This is the first water we've seen since yesterday noon.
You know, partner, we're taking a chance stopping it all. Because Jack could be watching us right now.
Well, I don't care if that bushwhacker's got a bead on the back of my neck. I'd just as soon be shot as to die thirsty.
Well, come on. We've got to track him down.
Yeah, but I ain't enjoying it.
Jingles, what's that limb over your head? That's a hornet's nest.
Oh, now, Bill, hornets will... Ow! Help!
Now you've done it. Now you've done it. Jump in the creek, Jingles.
The creek? Yeah!
Quick, drop your guns. Come on. You're in the water.
Woo-wee! Have those little stingers gone, Bill?
Yeah. Boy, you sure fixed us up in fine shape. Well, come on, let's climb up.
Stay right where you are, Hickok. You too, big boy.
Bill is Pecos Jack.
Yeah, partner.
That's right. The same man you've been trailing all the way from Gallup.
Come on, Pecos, cut the palaver and plug it.
No, Muley, there's no hurry. When they jumped in that water, they dropped their guns right here on the bank. They can't do nothing.
Doggone it, Bill, this is all my fault.
Never mind, partner.
No, Hickok, it don't make no difference now, does it? I reckon many a man'd give his next 10 years to get you like this.
You may get me, Pecos, but you'll find another long shadow in your trail if you do.
Let 'em come. All right, Muley, pick up their guns.
What's he gonna do, Bill?
This is what I'm gonna do, you big ox.
Duck, Jingles.
All right, Muley, let's get to the horses and ride.
Yeah, let's get on.
Bill! Bill, where are you?
Jingles, did they hit you, partner?
No, but he sure came close enough to make me mad.
Well, let's get out of this water and get dry.
Yeah. Bill, how do you reckon I managed to get us into messes like this?
Now, don't go worrying about that.
Oh, doggone it anyway. Look at us. Like a couple of half-drowned roosters. Our guns gone, our horses gone.
Easy, partner.
I got more hornet bumps swelling up on me than goose pimples on a dude in a gunfight.
I got a few myself here and there.
Yeah, you sure have. Your left eye's closing up fast. Hey, Bill, you're bleeding. That low-down coyote did hit you.
Yeah. Nicked the side of my neck, Jingles.
Oh, now I am mad. And I ain't going to be satisfied until we run those two bush-hiding killers to the ground and watch them swing for all they done.
We'll get them, partner. You ready to travel now?
Yeah, but how are we going to travel, Bill? It's 20 miles
Hold
to
it, partner, hold it. Things aren't always as black as they seem.
Hey, you whistling for Buckshot?
Sure. When you fogged up those hornets, Buckshot and Joker took off for the tall timber. Come on, Buckshot. That's a boy.
And here's old Joker. I never was so glad to see that horse in all my days. Bless his old ornery heart.
Steady, Buckshot, steady, boy. All right, Jingles, into that saddle.
Yeah, ow. Ooh, ho. Cut it out, Joker, ow.
What's the matter, partner?
Oh, Bill, I don't sit so comfortable in this saddle. Those doggone hornets stung me all over.
Well, settle down and ride. We got a trail to follow and a couple of right mean killers to catch. Hi, Buckshot. Hi, boy.
Well, it ain't gonna be no fun for me this way. Go, Joker! Ow!
Say, did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. These famous cereals come your way. Go see this eyeful. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show has a cheerful look
And a lift for you.
Start you out with a hoop-de-doo Kellogg's for breakfast and a happy, happy day.
Be the first one in your gang to see Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show of new packages. See how all of Kellogg's cereal packages have been changed. See how much better looking they are. Get hep to all the interesting games, cutouts, offers, and stories on the backs of these new packages. See them at your grocer's right away.
Did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show.
Don't make a secret out of the big news that Kellogg's cereals are all dressed up in new packages. Tell Mom. She'll want to know, and she'll want to see them, too. Now, when you tell her, remind her to get a couple of packages of Sugar Pops, Kellogg's swell-tasting cereal with the sweetening already on it. Will you do that?
Say, did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. These famous cereals come your way. Go see this eyeful. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show has a cheerful look
And a lift for you.
Start you out with a hoop-de-doo Kellogg's for breakfast and a happy, happy day.
While Bill Hickok and Jingles, still soaking wet, without their guns and covered with hornet stings, set out on the trail of Pecos Jack and Muley, two desperate killers wanted by the law. It was late that night when Bill suddenly called a halt.
Whoa, Buckshot. Whoa, boy. Pull up, Jingles.
Whoa, Joker. We're gonna make camp here, Bill?
Quiet, Jingles.
What do you see, Bill?
Look down there in that drawer, partner.
Huh? Oh. Hey, that's a campfire. You reckon it's them?
I know one way to find out. Come on, Buckshot. We'll leave the horses in this clump of trees and have a look.
I'd sure like to get my hands on that sneaking horse thief, Pecos Jack. Easy, Joker. Tiptoe, will you?
This'll do it. Stand there, Buckshot.
Yeah. Joker, if I hear one snort out of you, I'll hide your nose bag. Hey, Bill, we got no guns.
Bring that rope off your saddle.
Okay, let's go. I'd sure like to lay a loop over those sidewinders.
Well, if that's Pecos Jack and Muley by that campfire, we'll have to catch them quiet and quick. They got more guns than an army. Come on and take it easy. Hold it, Jingles.
Bill, it's them.
That's right.
Quiet now. Let's take them, Bill.
Not so fast. Look them over first. Spot their guns. Look overhead for any limbs that might stop your rope.
Well, Muley, we got nothing to worry about now.
Ain't you sure, Pecos? That Hickok's got 9 lives. He don't kill easy.
They went under the water, didn't they? You saw them.
He don't know that water deflects bullets, does he, Bill?
Guess not. You ready to take them, partner?
I've been ready.
All right. Swing a small loop and throw it straight or we're in real trouble. Spread out. You take Muley.
Mine's ready. Say when.
All right.
Now.
Pecos is there!
Jerk that rope, Jingles. Take him.
Come to me, you low-down varmint. I'm going to stomp you into the ground so far you'll come out in China.
Hey, cut it out, will you?
Let go, me. That rope cutting me in two.
I hope it does.
Hickok, where'd you come from?
Because I told you I had 9 lives.
Well, you ain't got me yet, Hickok.
Let you down.
So you want it the hard way.
Killer!
Well, that does it, Bill. I got this one hog-tied.
All right, partner, pick up our guns. And let me throw a hitcher on this Jasper, and we'll take him to the sheriff at Big River. Howdy, Sheriff. Brought you a couple of visitors.
Yeah, thought you might be lonesome.
Hickok, where'd you catch 'em?
In Red Rock Wash, about 3 miles south of here.
Well, then that's in my county. They're my prisoners now. I'll take 'em to prison myself.
That's all right with me.
Well, now, your attitude ain't what I'd call real sociable for a law and order man, Sheriff.
Never mind, Jingles. I should warn you, Sheriff, they're 3-time killers.
Almost 5 times. They darn near plugged me.
I don't need no warning. I know how to handle killers.
All right, I've had my say. Just sign this paper showing we delivered them to you, and we'll be on our way.
Sure, I'll sign it. There you are. And any more outlaws you hear about in my county, just send me word. I can take care of things around here without your help.
You sure can take care of the bragging for 2 counties, you cabbage head.
Let's go, Jingles. Good luck, Sheriff.
Yeah, and you're gonna need a whole pot full of luck with them 2.
Luck nothing. All right, you 2 hombres. March back into that cell room.
Well, ain't you gonna take these ties off our hands?
Yeah, they're cutting my wrists in half.
I'll take 'em off when you're in that cell. You ain't pulling no tricks on me. Now, move.
Nah.
All right, you're in. Now, turn around and I'll cut them ropes loose. But no tricks or I'll blast you.
Well, that's better.
Yeah.
Get him, Muley.
No, you don't.
Because he got me.
You ain't getting me, Sheriff. No, I'll take that gun, you old coot.
No.
No! That's all for you, Sheriff. I sure am grateful you got so bullheaded. Now I'm free and ready to hit the trail again.
Bill, I don't understand you at all. After we chased them 2 varmints down through half of New Mexico and Texas, you turn them over to that ornery sheriff at Big River without so much as a how do you do.
We caught him in his county, Jingles.
Well, I don't care. We caught him, and I'd sure laugh if they got away from him.
No, you wouldn't, Jingles. Then they'd be loose to kill somebody else.
Well, something ought to teach that doggone high-sounding sheriff a lesson.
Wait a minute, Jingles. Who's that fogging down the road? Who, Buckshot? Who?
Whoa, ho, Joker. Hey, Bill, that looks like the sheriff.
It sure does, partner. And he's lathering.
Hickok, I reckon I've been a feather-headed fool.
Well, I could have told you that this morning. You didn't have to ride all the way out here to tell us.
Easy, partner. What's the matter, Sheriff?
Bill, weren't no sooner than you rode away from my office. I was putting them in a cell, like you said, and when I went to untie their hands, they turned on me.
You mean you let them get away?
Hold it, Jingles. Go on, Sheriff.
Well, they spread out. I got the big clumsy one, but the long, mean Jasper got away.
That's Pecos Jack, Sheriff. Which way did he ride?
Tracks head northeast to Big River. Bill, I'm eating some crow, I reckon, but will you help me track him down?
No, I don't know whether we will or not.
Sure we will, Sheriff. You say he headed northeast?
That's right.
If he stayed on that tack, he'd cut the Chisholm Trail. If I've got the right hunch, maybe we can save time with a shortcut. Come on, Sheriff. We're riding, partner. Hi, Buckshot. Hi, boy.
Jump, Joker! Bill, this time if we catch that varmint, I'm taking him to jail myself. Doggone it, Sheriff. See what you done by letting Pecos Jack hit you over the head?
I didn't let him, dead burn it. I told you he tricked me.
Well, if he'd have left the trail, we couldn't find it in this rain.
Sometimes an outlaw leaves a different kind of a trail to follow, Jingles.
Yeah, Bill, a trail of dead men. Hope we don't find no more of those.
Well, Bill, this is a mighty big and empty country through here. Don't know how you hope to catch up with Pecos Jack now.
Yeah, Bill. How do you reckon to find him?
Remember Shorty Milrod, partner?
Shorty Milrod? Oh, yeah, that pint-sized rustler with a skin full of meanness.
That's the one.
Yeah, the time he gave us a slip, he joined up with a cattle drive right about here on the Chisholm Trail and... Hey, Bill, I got it.
I figured you would.
You're thinking maybe Pecos Jack is trying the same trick, joining up with a herd headed for the Kansas railroads, huh?
Say, Bill, that's a pretty good hunch at that.
Well, I see a blanket of lightning up ahead, and that could be playing across the horns of a herd.
Then that's where we'll try first. Come on, let's prod up these ponies and find the trail boss.
Well, now, Mr. Hickok, you're darn near asking me the impossible.
He just asked you if you'd seen an owl hoot called Pecos Jack riding with your herd.
I heard him.
Then cough up an answer, you longhorn puncher.
Shucks, gents, I ain't even seen some of my own punchers for 3 days. This herd half spooked from the lightning dancing on the horns. We ain't slept since Tuesday. Ain't been out of the saddle.
Then no stranger's been around.
I ain't saying they ain't been here. Could have rode 10 feet away and not caught my eye. Them wall-eyed critters of mine take my full watching. Got 'em spread out for 5 miles. Tell you this, Hickok.
What's that, Roper?
If there was a stranger to ride up, I'd ask him if he could ride herd a lot faster than I'd ask him if he was a killer. I gotta get these cows across the big sandy before she's swole beyond swimming. You wouldn't like to give me a hand, would you?
No, we wouldn't. I rode herd aplenty in my time, and I ain't doing it no more.
Just all of that.
Bill, the sheriff, he's fallen. Somebody shot him.
Come on, partner.
It feels like somebody don't like him much. Who could have done that?
Maybe you got strangers around that don't know it, Roper. The sheriff's dead, Jingle.
You sure you ain't seen Pecos Jack, you Texas roadrunner?
No, I ain't. I wouldn't know him if I saw him. If you two are going to be drawing lead like that, I reckon I'd be a lot more comfortable after I'd said goodbye and seen your backs fading through the rain.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, mister. But you offered us a job riding herd. Seeing what's just happened to the sheriff, I reckon we'll take that job.
Dad, blasted that last one, done it. That herd's headed for no place.
Bill, it's a stampede.
Ride for the head end, Jingles. Maybe we can turn the leaders and mill them. Hi, Butchel, hi!
Go, Joker. Right now, Pecos Jack will have the way.
Jingles, that big stiff behind you's gone local. Ride for your life.
Did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. These famous cereals come your way. Go see this eyeful. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show
Has a cheerful look.
and a lift for you. Start you out with a hoop-de-doo. Kellogg's for breakfast and a happy, happy day.
Want to have some fun? Get down to the grocery store and see all the new boxes of Kellogg's cereals. See which one you like best. Take one of your buddies in with you and see if the two of you agree on which one of the new Kellogg's boxes is the best looking and the most interesting. How about seeing them today? Tell Mom how all Kellogg's cereal boxes have been changed and ask her to get you a couple of packages of Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Yes, sirree, Sugar Pops are top.
Say, did you see what I saw? Kellogg's on display in brand new boxes, bright and gay. These famous cereals come your way. Go see this eyeful. The Kellogg's All-Star Breakfast Show
Has a cheerful look.
and a lift for you. Start you out with a hoop-de-doo. Kellogg's for breakfast and a happy, happy day.
When Bill was unable to see the man who shot the sheriff, he told Roper, the trail boss, that they'd join his cattle drive. But just then, a big crack of thunder spooked the cattle and a stampede was on, with Jingles right in the path of a big steer gone mad.
Bill! Pull Joker out of his way, Jingles. Oh, you critter, get over there. Yeah!
Head for the hills, Joker!
That's it, Jingles. Now let's turn the point.
Doggone it, Bill, that's harder to do than talk about.
Then stop talking and come on.
Those two mossy horns are the leaders, Bill.
Let's get them, partner. Now, bear down on them. Up there. Yeah!
Get around there, you ornery, wall-eyed longhorn! Hey, hey!
It's working, Jingles. Oh, here! Yeah!
They're starting around, Bill! Ha, ha, ha! Oh, come on, Cookie. Give me just another dipper full of them beans and bacon.
No, sir. I still got hands to feed. What you done during 6 plates of beans? What you already ate? Say nothing of getting a 7th one.
Better give it to him, Cookie. He helped Bill turn that point and break a stampede in a storm last night.
There, you see? A big dipper full, please.
That don't call for a month's rations.
So far, no strangers shown up, huh, Cookie?
No, not yet, Mr. Hickok. Just our own hands. Some still to come, though. With the sun out, they'll be riding in. Hey, here come some riders now. And I ain't seen that pinto horse before.
Quick, Jingles. Run behind that wagon.
So he won't see us, huh?
Yeah. Not until we're ready for him.
Well, howdy, boys. Sit down and eat. Beans aplenty all around. Now, stranger, don't hang back. Sit and eat.
Yeah, thanks. You joined up with your herd just before dark last night. I reckon I could use a ration if you got plenty.
Sure have. Here you are. More where that come from.
Smells real good.
Say, you joined up with the herd last night, cowboy?
That's right. What about it?
Well, now, I wouldn't go barking at the gent that's feeding you, stranger. Instead, you better shake hands with the trail boss. That there's Roper.
My name's Roper.
I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Roper.
Same here if you helped with my herd last night. Didn't get your name, though.
I didn't throw it. You just called me...
We'll just call you Pecos Jack, mister.
Hickok!
Scramble, you waddies! There's gonna be gunplay!
You bet.
Well, there goes another good gun, and that takes the teeth out of one more outlaw.
All right, Pecos, sit down and eat your beans. Then we're going to take you where you can pay for shooting the sheriff and those other 3 men.
Yeah, finish your beans. And Cookie, I reckon I could do with another plate, too. Sort of one for the road, so to speak. And it's going to be a long road, so make it a great big one.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
That's all for today, folks. We'll have another Wild Bill Hickok story for you on Friday.
And this one's where Jingles gets all tangled up with a couple of gals in a story called Jingles the Ladies' Man.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
Right. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Joe Duvall, Clayton Post, and Fred Shields. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Fridays, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok gets into trouble because of Jingles, the ladies' man. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. And Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, room 114.
It is 4:47 p.m. the afternoon of October 29th, 1927. Liz Ferris, a chambermaid at the Hotel Alamo in the town of Olympia, Texas, approaches Sam Bixby, the desk clerk.
Mr. Bixby.
Oh, Liz, thought you went home.
Can't see as I'll ever get home till I get the rooms finished. And I still ain't been in room 114.
114? That's Mr. Boland's room. Oh, he went out a couple hours ago.
Well, he left one of them do not disturb cards on his door just the same. His key ain't in the box there. I looked before while you were sorting out the mail.
Well, he probably just forgot to leave his key. You got your pass key. You can get in.
Well, how'd you know he didn't come back again without you seeing him? Suppose he's in there taking a bath.
All right, Liz, all right. Come on. I'll come back with you. Give me the keys.
Some folks don't care at all when I finish work, long as they can sleep the day away.
Now, Liz, Mr. Boland's been here for 2 days, and this is the first time he's give you any trouble.
Well, if it ain't him, it's somebody else. There's that do not disturb card on the door, like I said.
Did you try knocking?
That on the door? Of course I didn't. I got some consideration for other folks, even if they ain't got none for me. Besides, I run the vacuum cleaner in the hall hard enough to wake the dead.
Well, he don't answer the knock. Sure, he went out.
Well, if you're so sure, why don't you open the door then?
You in, Mr. Boland? Mr. Boland? He's out, all right. Go ahead, Liz.
All right, I'll make the bed first, then get the vacuum.
Hey, what's the matter?
A man's leg sticking out from under the bed, and there's blood on the rug. Let me out of here.
No, be quiet, Liz. Don't let the other guests hear you. I better call the sheriff right away.
Sheriff James Curfus reached the murder scene and immediately sent out a request for assistance from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to investigate. He joined the sheriff in room 114 of the Alamo Hotel.
Everything just like I found it, Ranger, except I had the bed moved so as I could get a look at the body.
Throat slashed, huh? Looks like it was done with a straight-edge razor, Sheriff.
Yeah. A weapon ain't around any place, so that's what made me figure it was murder for sure.
Could have figured that out even if the razor was around.
Huh?
Palms of his hands are cut, too. He tried to grab the razor and get it away from whoever killed him.
Oh, I see.
We better cover him with a sheet. Austin will have fingerprint man here soon. You know who he is?
The name on the register is Henry Boland. Been here 2 days. Come up from Lone Star to sell some cattle at the auction barn.
All the way up here from Lone Star to auction cattle? That's pretty far.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is. Yeah, plenty far.
Who discovered the body?
A desk clerk and cleaning woman. You must have passed him out in the hall. I told him to wait right outside.
Yeah, I saw him. We better talk to him.
Right.
Just trying to clean the
Bixby. Liz, Ranger wants to talk to you.
Oh, sure thing.
I already told you all I know, Sheriff.
Anybody come in to visit in this room today?
Well, that's hard to say, Ranger. A lot of cattlemen in town when the auction's running. Well, nobody stopped by the desk, but you know how it is. Men know each other, visit around.
Sure.
If he'd been out tending his business like a man ought to be, he mightn't be dead. That's what I say.
Now, Liz, I told you he was out. I saw him go.
When was this?
Noon, a little later maybe. But I didn't see him come in again.
Are you sure it was Boland you saw? Might have been somebody dressed like him, wearing his clothes, maybe.
Oh, no, I saw him good enough to know for sure. Stopped just a few feet from the desk to wipe his eyeglasses with a handkerchief.
Eyeglasses?
Is something wrong with that, Jace?
I'll tell you in a minute. He wear glasses all the time?
Every time I see him,
sure
he did.
did.
I see. When you opened this door, most of the body was hidden by the bed, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's right.
Well, the bed's been moved since then. I think you better come in and identify the body.
Oh, do we have to?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's necessary, because the man in here didn't wear glasses.
Oh.
Come on.
Well, okay.
Now, look, he wouldn't have to be wearing them when he was killed, Jace.
He never wore them. Man who wears glasses all the time has little pressure marks alongside the bridge of his nose. It's a thing we always look for. Helps with identification. Yeah, I'll move the sheet.
What? Well, that ain't Mr. Boland.
No, it ain't.
Well, then who is this fella?
Sheriff, I don't know. I never saw him before. He's a lot different. Mr. Boland not only wore glasses, he had a mustache. And this feller don't.
This couldn't be him clean-shaven?
No, sir, could not.
Looks like Boland isn't our victim, Sheriff. Looks like he's the killer. I made some photos of the dead man, got a quick developing job done, then headed for Lone Star, the town Boland had given us his address. On the way, I called my headquarters and asked to have Ranger Steve Clark meet me there. He was waiting at the county courthouse when I drove up.
Howdy, Jace.
Howdy, Steve. Been waiting long?
No, just got here about half an hour ago. Say, what's up?
Headquarters fill you in on the killing of the Alamo Hotel in Olympia?
Yeah, they told me about it.
Good. How far out's the Boland Ranch?
Well, it begins 9 miles southwest. What do we do, go out and grab Boland?
If he's around, but it isn't likely. Not after checking out of that hotel and leaving a dead man in his room.
Why'd you head this way, then?
Well, nobody at Olympia had seen the dead man before. We got to find out who he is. If there was bad blood between him and Boland, somebody around here might know about it.
That's a good thought. I'll load my horse in with yours, and we can go out to the ranch and wake him up.
The Boland Ranch was plenty big, spreading and sprawling out south of the main highway. But the ranch house was deserted except for a Mexican woman. She was frightened and wouldn't unlatch the screen door.
We just want to talk to you, ma'am.
Go away, go away. You come back again when Mr. Boland is here.
We're Texas Rangers. We just want some information from you.
I know nothing, please. You go away.
If Mr. Boland is in there, we'd like to talk to him.
No one is here, senor. No one but me.
It won't do you any good to hide him, ma'am. If he's not there, why can't we come in and look around?
No.
We should have gotten a search warrant, Chase.
Yeah, she's just frightened because she's alone. There ought to be somebody else around a ranch this size. Boland must have hands.
Yeah.
Where are the men, senora? The vaqueros who work on the ranch.
Round up, all out to work, they round up.
All right, senora. You can go back to bed. We'll go talk to them.
You, senora, wasn't any too happy to see you, boy.
I know. Well, let's get the horses out of the trailer.
Yeah. You really want to look for those cowpokes tonight?
Yeah, because we got plenty of other things to do in the morning. Come on, Charcoal.
All right, boy. Come on. What's on your mind for the morning?
Find out where Boland banks, watch his account so we can trace him if he cashes a check anyplace.
Hey, it'll make it tougher for him to hide, all right.
That's how I want to make it. Tough. Well, let's ride.
Yeah.
Get up, Charcoal.
Get up.
Get up.
Ha,
Boland had plenty of stock, all right. We passed cows and calves by the score. But ground marks showed that the main herds, the selling beef, were driving south.
Railroad runs to the south, Jace. Guess they're moving them that way for shipping.
Figures. That's why we had to ride so far.
Yeah, must take them 3 or 4 days to cut out the steers and drive them to a main camp.
We ought to be spotting some riders soon. Trail marks have been getting fresher.
And if we don't, we're going to have to rest these ponies. We've been knocking on them steady now for about 3...
It's all right. We're getting close. They can rest soon. Look.
Where?
Mesa over there in the moonlight. Look down at the base. On the east end.
Yeah, campfire.
Come on, Charlie.
Come on, boy. Get up.
Can see the stock now, only part of the herd from the looks of it.
Probably got a few folks working each section, driving into the railhead from different angles.
They can drive them any way they want. All I want is somebody who can identify the photographs of a dead man.
Campfire there, all right, Jace. Nobody around it. That's kind of funny, isn't it?
Fire must have been made by cowpokes. They gotta be around.
Horses couldn't move far if they were hobbled, but there ain't any horses in sight either. Nothing but part of the herd.
Maybe they moved around the other side of the mesa. Whoa, whoa, Charcoal.
Where'd that shot come from, Jace?
Pump a brush and rock at the edge of the mesa. Whoa, easy, boy.
You fellas! Hold it.
Wherever you are, come up where we can see you and keep your hands high.
Not while you're gunning from cover. Who are you?
Ranch hands with the right to be here. That's more than you got. What are you doing on this range?
We're Texas Rangers.
Rangers? And after Rangers, let's get a look at you.
Come on, Fire.
Yeah.
Oh, Charcoal. Oh, boy. Now move out of that brush where we can see you.
Okay. Come on, fella.
We better get off our horses, Jace. Make too good a target for them.
Yeah.
Well, reckon you are Rangers, all right. My name's Frank Tuller. This Charlie Small.
Never mind the introductions, Tuller. You always throw lead at anybody riding this range?
I fired over your head. Just a warning.
A warning for what?
That's orders, Ranger. Somebody's been making off with some stock, and Boland told us to be on the lookout for strange riders.
Boland? He around?
No.
When'd you see him last?
Just before we started out on Roundup. Tuller and I ain't seen anybody but each other for almost a week.
And you don't have any idea where your boss might be?
How would we know? Hey, you seem mighty anxious to find him.
I am mighty anxious.
Yeah, the boss in some kind of trouble?
He's in plenty of trouble.
We'll find it out sooner or later. Yeah. He's wanted for murdering a man in a hotel in Olympia. So if you know where he is or even where he might be, you better talk up.
Well, if we knew, we'd tell you right off, but we don't.
You know anybody Boland's been having trouble with?
Nope. No, boss never had trouble with nobody.
There's a dead man who'd disagree with that if he could. Get those photos out of your saddlebag, will you, Steve?
Right.
Maybe you can identify the man Boland killed.
Here you are, Jace.
Thanks. Here, Tuller, you too, Small.
Huh?
Take a look.
What, say?
Ranger, Boland never killed this man.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because this is the boss. This is a picture of Boland himself.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Room 114, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We had our killer cold, knew his name, his address, and he turned out to be the dead man. The case fell apart. It didn't make sense.
You're sure this is a photo of Boland?
We ought to know. We've been working for him for a year, ever since he come down from Wyoming and bought this spread.
The desk clerk at the hotel in Olympia said he'd never seen this man before.
I can't have that.
But Boland was registered at that hotel for 2 days. The clerk said he wore eyeglasses and a mustache.
Then the man he saw wasn't Henry Boland.
There's something fishy about this whole thing, Jace. I can't figure why anybody...
Wait a minute, Steve.
Huh?
You fellas said Boland thought somebody was running his stock off?
Yeah, that's right.
Is his brand registered?
Well, sure it is. Box B brand.
Thanks. If we want any more information, we'll be out to see you later. Come on, Steve.
But, Jace,
Come on. Get mounted.
Get up.
Charcoal.
Get up.
Come on. Hope you catch the man you're after.
Thanks. What's on your mind, Jace? What'd you ask about the missing cattle and the brand registration?
Boland thought some of his cattle were missing. With the registered brand, stolen cattle are hard to get rid of. It wouldn't be so hard if the thief took them to an out-of-the-way auction barn like the one in Olympia and then pretended to be Boland when he sold them.
Hey, Jace, that makes sense.
Sure it does. That's why somebody registered at the Alamo under Boland's name.
And Boland must have found out about it, went up to Olympia for his showdown, and got himself killed.
That's the picture.
I'll buy it, Jace, but who killed him?
That's something we're going to have to find out. But whoever it was somebody Boland knew, or he wouldn't have been able to follow him to that hotel room.
And if the cattle were stolen from here by somebody Boland knew, and Boland hadn't been here very long, the thief might have been one of his own ranch hands.
We'll play it that way, Steve. Let's stick around here and see if we can find a poke with a mustache and eyeglasses. During the next morning, we spotted a pair of riders and asked if they knew of a hand with a mustache and glasses. There was such a man on the ranch, and they told us what general direction he might be working in. A couple of hours later, we found him alone, pushing some strays out of a blind draw.
That's him, Jace. Just saw the sun reflect on his glasses.
Let's go.
Get up, Charlie. Yeah, boy.
You! Stay right where you are!
And don't move for that rifle holster.
What's the matter, Rangers? What are you doing out here?
Ooh, we'll ask the questions.
Mustache, too, Jace.
Yeah. Just sit tight on that horse until I get your rifle.
Now, look, Ranger. When you come riding down on me like I done something and grab my gun, I reckon I got a right to know what it's all about.
You been at the Alamo Hotel in Olympia recently?
Never been in Olympia in my whole life.
Where you been for the past 4 days?
Right here on this range working.
Anybody with you?
No, just me.
How come? The other hands are working in 2s and 3s?
Well, I ain't. I've been working through this Badlands strip. No herding here. Nothing but a few strays a one man can dig out. That's how come.
Anybody seen you here in the last couple of days?
How could anybody see me? I've been way back in that scrub canyon.
Yeah. If nobody saw you there, nobody'd see you if you weren't there either. What's your name?
Dave Bouden.
Bouden, huh? All right, you better come with us.
Come with you? For what? I ain't coming anyplace.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Somebody murdered your boss, Henry Boland, up in Olympia yesterday.
Murdered Hank Boland?
That's right. Description of the killer fits you.
What? Well, you're crazy. I've been right here, I tell you.
Tell me anything you want, but you're coming to Olympia. I want a couple of people to get a look at you. We got back to the car and drove Dave Bouden to the sheriff's office in Olympia to see if he could be identified.
Ranger, I'm telling you, I ain't never been near this town.
You haven't been here, you got nothing to worry about.
Did you send for the chambermaid and the desk clerk, Sheriff?
Yeah, they'll be here right off.
Thanks.
As a matter of fact, there they come now, up the outside steps. See them through the window?
Ranger, I'm telling you...
You better not say anything just now, Bouden.
Come in.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Reckon you remember the ranger here?
Ain't likely we'd forget him after seeing him only yesterday.
Liz, Mr. Bixby, I want you to meet Mr. Bouden.
Howdy.
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 Doesn't seem like you've ever met Mr. Bouden before. I thought maybe you had.
No. Can't say I ever had the pleasure.
Me neither. Although for a minute he did look like...
Like who?
Now listen, lady, you never...
Quiet, Bouden.
Lines, what's everybody getting excited about? I was just going to say he looked like Sarah Leamy's old beau, the one that run off when everybody expected they was going to get married.
All right, Liz, all right.
Thanks, Liz, Mr. Bixby. We just wanted to be sure that this man wasn't the one who was registered under the name of Henry Boland.
Oh, I see. Oh, no, nothing like him. Except for the eyeglasses and the mustache.
Yeah, I guess we might as well let these folks go back to the hotel, Jason.
Yeah, looks like you were telling the truth, Bouden. I'm sorry.
No harm done, Ranger. No way you could have known.
Jace, I've been thinking. You suppose mustache and eyeglasses might have been a disguise to throw us off?
That's a thought, Sheriff. It's been done before.
Well, that ain't the way it was this time, Ranger.
Why not, Bixby?
Well, them glasses may have been fake, but not the mustache. Man you're after had a real mustache. I know, 'cause I seen him in the barber shop, and the barber trimmed it.
We put Bouden on the bus to Lone Star and sent him back to the Boland Ranch. Clark and I spent the next day questioning everybody in Olympia. The crew at the auction barn, cattlemen, everybody. They couldn't add a thing to what we already knew. When we got back to the sheriff's office, there was more bad news.
Had a call from your headquarters at Austin, Jace. They checked those prints the lab crew lifted from 114. Whoever left them had no record.
Yeah, that does it.
I still think it must have been somebody from Boland's ranch, somebody he knew.
That's what we think, and that's the way it looks. But let's face it, Jace. Could have been a stranger stole the cattle. Boland found out about it, went in for a showdown like any hothead, and got himself killed. Killer could have come in from any direction and left in any direction.
Yeah, that's right, Jace. No way you're telling. Come in.
Howdy, Sheriff. Rangers.
Yeah. Something we can do for you?
Well, my name is Denning. I drive a line haul for Interstate Trucking, route between New Orleans and El Paso. I think I got some information you might want. Leastwise, I thought so over at the Alamo Hotel.
What kind of information?
This? Key to room 114, the Alamo.
Where'd you get this?
Well, it was nightfall last. Night of the day Bolin was killed, Jace.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so my relief man was driving. We made a coffee stop, place about 40 miles this side Lone Star. Pulled a truck in the side of the service station there. I was sleeping, didn't want no coffee, so I stayed in the cab and dozed while a relief man went inside.
I got it. Go on.
Well, cattle truck pulled in for gas. Well, empty.
Empty cattle truck, huh? Headed which way?
Southwest, toward Lone Star.
You notice the license?
Well, no, but there was a mark on the side, box with a B in the middle of it.
Boland's Box B brand, Jace. Must have been the truck used to haul the stolen cattle up here.
Yeah, and to haul the killer back to the ranch. What about the key?
I was coming to that. Fell in the cattle truck. He paid for the gas. I didn't see him too good. I was just sort of slumped in my cab, half groggy, not exactly watching him, but seeing.
I know what you mean.
Well, when he fished the money out of his pocket, I saw him kind of look at something he dug out with it. Then he sort of looked around like he was looking for some place to throw it. Station man left him to go inside for change. Then the fellow walked right past my truck real quick. He didn't see me, of course, because the cab was dark, and I heard him throw something. Make kind of a clink. Then he went back to the cattle rig and drove off.
Is this what it threw away, this hotel key here?
That's it. I found out when my partner came out. We went back to check the top and the tailgate, and I sort of looked around and found the key with my flash.
How come you didn't just drop it in a mailbox?
Well, we had a lot of stops along the line, loading, unloading. And the route came right through here. Thought I'd stop in and just drop it off. Information help you any?
It sure does. Thanks. My headquarters will see to it your boss hears about it, too. Sheriff, better take down his statement.
Okay, Jeez.
Come on, Steve. See you later.
All right, Jeez.
Heading back for Lone Star?
As fast as the wheels will turn. Pile in.
Yeah. How are we going to narrow it down, Jace? Boudin was the only hand with a mustache and the glasses, and he's clear.
Glasses still could have been phony. Some the killer wore only while he was in Olympia.
Well, we know the mustache wasn't a phony.
Boland's hands have been on roundup for a couple of weeks. A lot of them let their beards grow. Would have been a simple matter to shave the beard and leave a lip cover. Sneak away with a load of cattle and then shave clean before he got back.
I know, but Boudin was the only hand working alone. One of the others did it and disappeared for a few days. His sidekick know about it.
Doesn't have to be a one-man job, Steve. The sidekick could be in on it, too.
Yeah, that figures. Well, what's our play, Jace? Fingerprint them all and get a check on the prints up at Austin?
I think we can wrap it up quicker than that. We know the killer doesn't have a beard now and uses a straight razor. That was the murder weapon.
Yeah.
Boudin can tell us which of the men shave with straight razors, and once we know that, we can settle the rest with a camera I got in the car trunk.
How?
By asking the straight razor men if they'd like to pose for a couple of identification pictures with eyeglasses and a phony mustache. Tell them we'll have to hold them until the pictures are seen by a couple of witnesses in Olympia.
That ought to flush some action from them.
Action? I'm betting the man who killed Boland will raise more fuss than the alligator when the lake went dry. Got back to Lone Star just in time. The bank had taken over the management of Boland's ranch as executors, and the roundup was just about complete. Last the herd was being driven into the stock pens near the railroad siding when we reached the south end of the ranch.
There's Boudin, Jace. Taking care of the horses over there by the corral.
Yeah, come on. Hey, Boudin! Hey, Boudin!
Yeah?
I want to talk to you a minute.
Oh, hello, Ranger. How you making out?
I'll make out fine if you will help. Pretty sure it was somebody on the ranch who killed your boss.
Well, how can I help you?
Just tell me which of the pokes use straight razors for shaving.
Well, let's see. Is Jones, and Tuller, and Happy.
Tuller, huh?
Say, Jace, isn't he the bright boy that fired on us first time we rode out on the range?
He's the one, all right. He was clean shaven, too. Feller with him was named Small. You know where they are, Boudin?
Well, it was over there a minute ago, driving the last...
Oh, here they come now, Jace, around the end of the corral with their horses. Hey, you better drift away, Boudin.
Sure thing. Well, howdy, Rangers. Back again?
Yeah. Like to have another talk with you, Tuller. You too, Small.
Sure, Ranger. What's it about?
Make your way till you dismount.
Right. Yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah. Find out who killed Boland?
We're pretty sure it's one of the hands. All you fellas without beards are going in with us.
What for? Why?
Yeah. What would that prove?
Prove plenty when we get what we want. Take photos of all of you with prop eyeglasses and mustache on you. A couple of people in Olympia want to see them.
Well, if they think they recognize somebody, that ain't legal evidence.
We'll have something to help it along. We'll fingerprint the man they think they saw because Boland's killer left his prints all over that hotel room.
Ranger, it warned me.
Shut up. Huh?
I helped steal the cattle, that's all. I didn't go to Olympia, he did. I told you to shut up, you rat.
All right, Tuller. You can both. Tuller lashed his horse and dove behind the other mounts at the rack. The frightened animal reared over us and knocked Small into me before Clark could grab the bridle.
Oh, keep your eye on Small, Steve. I'm going after Tuller. He jumped the fence into the cattle chute, Ranger.
Don't let him ambush you from there, Jake.
I'll climb up. Get him from above.
Let me out. You better stay flat up there, Ranger. I can see you better than you can see me.
You got yourself in a trap, Tuller.
Yeah? I'll have you in one if you come down after me.
I don't have to come down after you. You're a dead pigeon in that cattle chute.
Don't you believe it, Ranger?
No. That shot you fired's already got the cattle stirred up. Hey, you men down in the pen.
Go.
Open the gate so the herd can move into the chute.
Good. Give me more cover.
Yeah. Cover you won't like. If they open that gate and I fire into the herd, they'll run you down. You'll get tromped to death. All right, boys, open up the gate. I'm not fooling, Tuller. I'll fire into them.
No. Come on. Here's my gun.
All right. And climb up on the fence.
All right, Ranger. All right, I'm coming.
Now, here, give me your arm. I'll pull you out of there.
Good, Ranger, okay. Don't let me drop now. I don't want to make no trouble, Ranger. I made a mistake, I admit it.
You made a big mistake, Tuller. Too bad you didn't use that razor strictly for shaving. Go on.
For his part in the crime, Charles Small received a sentence of 25 years. Frank Tuller was tried and convicted for the murder of rancher Henry Boland. Today, after 2 decades, he still serves his sentence. Life imprisonment.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Reflecting on the old-time one riot, one ranger reputation of the Texas Rangers, a visitor to Texas recently mentioned to a ranger that he'd been noticing a number of current press reports where 2 rangers had participated in the quelling of a riot or investigation of a crime. After citing this observance to the ranger, the man asked, "How come 2 men are being assigned to some of these cases now? Are the rangers less effective than they used to be?" The lanky ranger shook his head. "Oh, no," he said. "1 ranger is still sufficient to handle the situation, all right, but in these days of complex legal technicalities, we've been sending 2 of them along. One to take care of what trouble there is, and the other one to serve as a sort of a disinterested witness." Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Ann Diamond, Herb Vigran, Peggy Weber, Tom McKee, Bill Johnstone, Herb Ellis, and Barney Phillips. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday chimes mean the best in music on NBC. Tomorrow night, Gordon MacRae stars in the Railroad Hour presentation of the operetta The Firefly. The NBC Symphony presents a 1-hour concert featuring works by Vivaldi, Wagner, and Stravinsky. Tomorrow's NBC Symphony concert marks the first in a series under the baton of the widely acclaimed young conductor Guido Cantelli. Now, the $64 question. Three chimes mean good times on...
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
The story you are about to hear is true.
The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. For more than 2 months, a wave of safe burglaries has been sweeping your city. Apparently, it's the work of professionals. The jobs are well planned, well executed. There's no lead to the whereabouts of the suspects. Your job, get them. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Sunday, June 8th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary division, safe detail. My partner's Bill Lockwood. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. I was on the way back to the office, and it was 8:36 a.m. when I got to room 45, burglary division.
Joe?
Oh, hi, Smith.
There's a note in the book for us from the captain about your partner, Lockwood.
Yeah, what's that?
Forgot to make that sick report on him yesterday. Did you call him? How's his leg?
Well, I talked to him on the phone last night. Pretty bad ankle sprain. Doctor figures he'll be out for a couple of weeks anyway. Who's the fellow you got there?
Suspect Jones and McCready picked up on stakeout, drugstore, 3rd and Ventura.
What do you got on him?
McCready says they picked him up about 4:45 this morning.
Yeah.
He and Jones were staked out inside the drugstore. Saw this fellow drive up in a car, get out, and try the front door of the place. And he went around and back of the place, tried the back door, then he came around in front again, tried to jimmy the door. Finally gave up, got in his car, and started to drive off. Jones and McCready followed him, picked him up, and brought him in.
Where's Jones and McCready now, you know?
I told him to go ahead home. No reason for him to hang around. We carried the thing from here.
What have you done so far? Did you check him through R&I yet?
Call Frank Cunningham. He's doing it now.
What's his name?
According to his identification, it's Charles W. Boyd, and address is 239 West 92nd Street. That's what he tells us, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Is that your name, fella?
Yeah, that's my name. Saw my identification. No reason for me to lie. You can check me out.
All right. Hold your hand up there. I'll get these cuffs off you.
Yeah, sure.
All right, there you are.
Yeah, thanks. Sure tired sitting here handcuffed, sitting in one place.
Frank, you want to tell Gaffney we'll be down in the interrogation room when R&I calls back? Tell him to transfer it in there, would you?
Yeah, okay. I'll meet you there.
All right, thanks. All right, Boyd, let's go. I'd talk to you down the hall.
Yeah, let's get this thing over with. I don't feel good. I want to get out of here.
What are you shaking for? There's nothing to get nervous about. Are you sick?
Yeah, I haven't been feeling good at all the last couple of days. Hey, wouldn't you know it? I smokes. Hey, say, would you happen to have a cigarette, please?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks.
There's a light for you.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
All right. Turn around a minute, will you? Let me look at your eyes.
Huh?
Turn around. All right, let's go.
It's okay, Joe. I told Gaffney he'll put through the call from R&I.
Oh, that's fine.
You sure this won't take long? I'd like to get out of here and get home. I've been sick for a week. I ought to be in bed right now.
We'll make it as fast as we can. All right, in here.
Have a chair, Boyd.
Yeah.
All right, mister. You say you're not feeling well, you're tired, you want to go home. So are we. We've been working all night. Now, how about getting to the bottom of this thing?
I'm sure I'm all for it. Try to explain to the guys who picked me up. I don't know what it's all about. Ask me anything you want.
Now, let's start it here, Boyd. What were you doing out there hanging around that drugstore at 4:45 this morning?
It's the same thing I told the other officers. I was sick. I wanted to get something for my nerves. jumpy as a cat. I couldn't sleep.
Well, the drugstore was closed. That was pretty obvious, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right, it was. I just drove up there, tried the door, and I saw the joint was closed, so I left. That's all there is to it, just what I told the other
No,
one.
that's not true, Boyd, and you know it isn't. You hung around the store for more than 10 minutes. You tried the front door, then you waited a couple of minutes, you went around to the back. You tried to get in back there, you couldn't make it, so you came around front again. You tried to jimmy the front door, didn't you?
No, that's not it. You got it all wrong.
How about this, Boyd? This your crowbar?
Yeah, what about it? Just a car tool used to fix flat tires. Carry it around all the time in the car.
You carry it on you?
No, not all the time. I just happen to have it, that's all.
Now, look, Boyd, that's not going to get it. The officers that picked you up saw you using this bar in the door of that drugstore. I thought you were willing to get on to facts. You were going to square with us. How about it?
Sure, I'll square with you. I wanted to get over as much as you do. Just tell me what you want to know.
All we want is the truth. This address on your ID, the one you gave us, is that your true address? You're living there now?
Yeah, that's right. Check it out if you want. I'm not lying. No reason to lie.
We think there is. This address of yours is just about 10 miles away from where you were picked up. Now you tell us how much sense it makes driving 10 miles to a drugstore at 4:30 in the morning.
Well, I had to. I was sick. It was the only place open.
You're lying and you know it, mister. You had to pass at least 2 all-night drugstores on the way. Why couldn't you stop at one of those?
I didn't see any stores open. I was sick. I just kept driving until I spotted a place I thought was open. Looked at me like it was open. A lot of lights in the window, inside the store, too. I didn't know it was closed, so I tried the door.
You usually try doors with a crowbar, Boyd?
Oh, look, what are you getting at? You think I was trying to break in that place?
Yeah, that's what we think.
Well, what for? What do I want to break in there? I wanted to get something for my nerves, that's all. I wanted to find a drugstore. Why should I open a place and just get a bottle of medicine, huh?
We don't think you were looking for medicine, Boyd.
Well, then what was it? Well, what do you figure?
This is what we figure, mister. You were going in that store to burglarize the safe. The area's the same, the time element's right, so's the type of business. The M.O. matches right down the line.
I don't know what you're talking about.
6 safe jobs in the last 2 months. The same time element, the same general area. Drugstores, liquor stores, and markets. What about it?
I don't know what you're talking about. It's the truth. I'm not a burglar. You got me wrong. I never touched a safe in my life.
How many times you been arrested, mister?
Huh?
How many times you been arrested?
Well, a couple of times I've been picked up. Nothing serious, though, so help me. It's the truth. I never touched a safe in my whole life.
It's not going to do much good lying to us, Boyd. We'll get everything we need from records.
Well, I got a record. I ain't denying that, but I'm no burglar.
Now, what were you doing at 4:45 this morning trying to get in that drugstore if you're not a burglar?
I tried to explain to you. I wasn't trying to break in. I needed some medicine, something for my nerves. I thought the place was open. I'm a sick man. I swear on a Bible officer. That's just the way it was.
I get it. Yeah, Friday talking. Oh, yeah, Cunningham. Charles Boyd, yeah, that's right. That's him. What do you got? Uh-huh. All the same. I see. Give me the last 2 arrests. No, the last 2 arrests again. Yeah. May 9th, May 22nd. All right, Cunningham. Yeah, thanks very much. Frank, you got that folder there, those crime reports?
Yeah, here you are. What do you have to say?
Boyd was in custody May 9th, May 22nd.
What was he in on?
Narcotics. He's a user. Long record. It's all the same, though. Never been picked up for anything but narcotics.
Just about rules him out, huh? 9th and the 22nd. If he was in jail, he couldn't have had anything to do with those last 2 jobs.
Yeah, it's about the size of it.
You got it straight now, huh? I told you. You thought I was lying, didn't you? I'm no burglar. You know what my record is. I never touched a safe in my life.
Just checking it out, Boyd. Sometimes it happens this way.
Sure. No hard feelings. I take off now and go home. I'm not feeling well at all. I guess it's okay if
No, you just sit still, Boyd. You're not going yet.
What do you mean?
Red tab on your card down at the Record Bureau. Your last arrest, May 22nd, violation State Narcotics Act. You went out on a $1,500 bail.
Yeah, that's right. It was all legal. I paid for it.
Why didn't you show up for your preliminary hearing? We got a bench warrant for your arrest.
Oh, no, they wouldn't do that to me, would they? I was sick in bed. I couldn't make it to court. You just look at me. You can tell, can't you? I ought to be in bed.
Yeah, you don't look good at all.
Of course I don't. I'm a sick man, really sick. I'll be in a hospital.
Well, maybe that's where they'll send you. We continued questioning the suspect, Charles Boyd, who finally admitted that he'd gone to the drugstore early that morning for the purpose of burglarizing the place to obtain narcotics. He told us it was his first attempt at burglary, and further interrogation proved beyond a doubt he had nothing to do with the current wave of safe burglaries. He was booked on the bench warrant, and narcotics detail was notified of his arrest. For all practical purposes, we were right back where we'd started from 2 months before, when the campaign of safe jobs first started. Boyd was just another in a long line of possible suspects who had to be tracked down and checked out. In the final analysis, they meant nothing to the case, but tracking them down and checking them out meant long hours of legwork, days, even weeks, and then more hours spent interrogating them. Boyd typified the possible suspect. He added nothing, but he couldn't be ignored. In the weeks that followed, stakeouts continued in the general area where the safe burglaries had been operating. No further leads. The investigation went on. On June 17th, Frank Smith and I drove out to the San Fernando Valley to check a lead on a possible suspect we'd gotten from one of our informants. His information was that the possible suspect, an ex-convict by the name of Mark Chandler, who'd served time for burglary, had apparently come into some money recently. Through the parole office, we located Chandler on a chicken ranch just outside of Van Nuys.
Yeah, I've been out here almost 3 months now. Nice life. Pretty hard work, though. Got a few routine questions for you, Mark. Like we told you, we're from burglary detail. I guess you know why we're out here.
Yeah, I think I get the idea. I admit there was a time when you wouldn't be very welcome, but right now it's different. Anything I can do to help, it's all right, fellas.
We're going to lay it right on the table for you, Mark. You own this place, do you?
Yeah, that's right. Me and my brother.
Where'd the money come from?
My brother. He set the whole thing up.
You say you and your brother. Whose money bought the place, Mark?
Well, my brother made the down payment. You can check on it. The whole deal went through escrow right down here at the local bank. What's the deal anyway? Didn't you check with my parole officer?
Yeah, we checked with Galloway. He told us you were still on active parole. You were running a chicken ranch. Didn't say it was for your brother, though.
Well, I thought I filled him in on it. I didn't have enough cash to swing the deal. My brother put up most of the dough. I only had $800.
That's your car back there in the driveway, Mark?
No, it's my brother's. Nice one, huh?
Yeah.
I got permission from the parole officer to drive. Say, would you mind walking back with me to the Brooder Shack? I got a new batch of Rhode Islands in this morning. Day-old chicks. Got to be sure the heat's right.
Yeah, all right.
There's a lot of work around a place like this. I just built those pens there.
They're nice.
Good-looking flock of chicks there, wouldn't you say? 4 weeks old. Those are barred rocks. Notice how they're starting to feather out already, getting nice and heavy? Make wonderful fryers, you know.
Oh, that's all?
Oh, yeah. Just a minute. Hey, will you look at that mash rack? They like fiends. I just filled that thing an hour ago. That's where the money goes. You know that mash goes for better than $5 a sack?
Look, we don't want to take too much of your time, Chandler. We can see you're busy. We got a couple of dates we'd like to check with you. Where you were, what you did.
Oh, sure, fellow. Just let me check the temperature in the brooder house here. It won't take a minute. Hey, come on in.
All right.
They're pretty cute when they're small, huh? Let me see here.
Just look at that, huh, Joe? Piled all over each other. Must be more than 1,000 of them.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, just right. 89. Got to watch them pretty close the first week. Fell up the road, lost a big batch last week. Heating element in the brooder went out overnight. Oh, yeah, got to shove that door hard. Sticks a little.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay, what else was it, officers? Glad to help you any way I can.
Those dates we want to check, Mark. It was almost a month ago, the week ending May 7th.
Yeah.
Can you account for your time on that weekend, where you were, what you did?
The 7th? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I was here.
Any way of proving that?
Yeah, I think so. I started here the 23rd of April. Been here every night since.
Anyone we can check with on that?
Well, my brother and his wife. They were here, they can tell you. Neighbors, too. They come over for cards on the weekend. Come to think of it, I remember my parole officer was out to see me one of those weekends. I'm pretty sure of it. You can check with him.
All right, Mark, thanks.
Hey, what's the pitch anyway, Sergeant? Safe jobs around town, is that it?
That's it. You heard anything, Mark? Any rumbles at all?
No, sorry. This job keeps me pretty close to home. I don't get around at all. Maybe 2-3 nights a month. That's the only time I get out.
That's all we're asking about. Before we left the suspect, Mark Chandler, we called his parole officer, and he substantiated the fact that he visited with Chandler on the night of May 7th, the date of one of the safe burglaries. We checked with his brother, his sister-in-law, and the neighbors, and all of them fully corroborated his story. Before we left, we were satisfied that Chandler had nothing to do with the safe burglaries. It was just another of the more than half a hundred possibles that we'd checked out in the course of the investigation. On June 22nd, we got a lead on still another one. It came from the proprietor of a fix-it shop on West Pico Boulevard near Normandy. We drove out to interview him. He gave his name as Harold Van Owen.
Yeah, just a minute, officers. Be with you in a minute, all right? Yeah, okay. I have to get these keys made. The lady will be back soon. Says she needs them.
What time you got, Frank?
10 to 12. Getting hungry?
Well, I didn't have much breakfast. How about dropping by Felipe's, all right?
Suits me. I could use a good French dip sandwich. Haven't been down there for a while.
Yeah.
All right, officer. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had to get keys done. I promised the woman.
That's all right, Mr. Van Owen. Well, what was it you wanted to see us about?
Well, I don't know, to tell the truth. Maybe it's something, maybe it's nothing at all. I just don't know. Figured I ought to let somebody know about it, so.
Yes, sir?
The young fellow was in here the day before yesterday. Said his name was Ralph McKinley. Told me he lived around the neighborhood, but I don't think I ever saw him before. He didn't act right to me. Said he's an inventor. I doubt it, though. He just didn't look the part to me. The young fellow, you know, dresses pretty flashy. Never met an inventor that looked like that before.
Well, what do you want with you, sir?
He wanted me to make up a piece of machinery for him. He said it was a special part of a new gadget he was working on. He brought in his own drawing of the thing. I got it down here someplace.
What did the young fellow look like? Would you remember that?
Oh, typical pool room cowboy, I guess. About 29, 30 years old. Thin side, tall. Got a lot of gray hair for a young fella. Hair was almost gray. Here's the drawing. This is what he wants me to make up for him.
What do you figure it's supposed to be?
Miss McKinley said it was part of a new hydraulic press he's working on. I got a few doubts about that.
How do you mean?
Oh, I've been tinkering around in this business long enough to know what goes into a hydraulic press. Can't see where this thing fits in at all.
Well, what's your idea on it?
I think it's a pull. Only one job they're any good for.
Yeah.
Breaking into a safe.
Before we left the fix-it shop, Van Owen gave us a complete description of Ralph McKinley, the man who'd ordered the gadget made for him. We showed him several mug shots of possible suspects, but he was unable to make any identification. Van Owen told us that McKinley said he'd call back in about 3 or 4 days to pick it up. Except for the man's chance remark that he lived in the neighborhood, Van Owen had no idea as to his whereabouts. 12:10 p.m. We drove back to the office and made arrangements for an immediate stakeout at the fix-it shop. Then we checked the name and description of Ralph McKinley through R&I and through the stats office. It got us nothing. As far as we could find out, he had no previous criminal record. The end of the week came and went. The man known as McKinley failed to show up at Van Owen's fix-it shop to pick up the article that he'd ordered. 8 o'clock Monday morning, June 28th. We got the report and we checked in for work. Despite all precautions, another safe job had occurred over the weekend, this time at a liquor store on South Alvarado. The time, the area, and the M.O. were generally the same. Frank and I drove out to the location. The store was located in the middle of the block, directly beneath an apartment hotel. 2 of the rooms on the second floor of the hotel were situated above the liquor store. In one of these rooms, a hole had been ripped in the floor, a hole large enough to allow a man to pass through it and gain access to the liquor store directly beneath. After we checked over the room, we put in a call for Ray Pinker and the crime lab crew. Then we went downstairs to interview the manager of the hotel, Clyde Winters.
Yeah, I rented that room Friday night. A couple of young fellows. They checked in a few minutes before 7. I figure I'm a pretty good judge of faces. It sure didn't look like thieves to me.
How'd they register, Mr. Winters?
Well, one signed his name was Gordon. The other one was Richardson, I think. Yeah, the register's right outside on the desk. You can check it if you like.
Yes, sir, we'd like to do that. When these 2 men, Gordon and Richardson, checked in here, did they have any baggage with them? Would you know that?
Oh, yes. If they had baggage, they took most of it with them, though. They left a few old clothes behind. They must have left for the back way. Sometime late Sunday night, I figure. Imagine tearing up the floor of that room. The lousy bums. I'd sure like to get my hands on them.
Did they have a car, do you know?
Yeah, they had a car. I got the license number, too.
You think you'd recognize the 2 men if you saw them again?
Oh, I'd take them in a minute.
You sure of that, are you?
Positive. I'd know him in a minute, especially the young fellow Richardson. He couldn't have been more than 27, 28 years old. Yeah. Hair was gray, almost completely gray.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Prove Fatima quality yourself. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Monday, June 28th, 8:55 a.m. The crime lab crew arrived at the scene of the latest safe burglary, the liquor store on South Alvarado, and began their investigation. The store was gone over thoroughly, as well as the hotel room directly above it, through which the burglars had gained access by ripping a hole in the floor. In the store itself, a few feet from the safe, the men from the crime lab found what appeared to be a broken button, probably off a coat. They also found a crumpled envelope on the floor with the name F. Gordon on it, written in pencil. Along with the half a dozen pieces of clothing found in the hotel room, the items were taken back to the crime lab for further examination. 9:10 a.m. After we finished interviewing the hotel manager, Clyde Winters, Frank Smith and I returned to the office with the license number and description of the suspect's car, as well as exemplars of their handwriting, which we'd obtained from the hotel register. We gave our DMV all the information on the car, and they began an immediate check. The vehicle was registered in the name of Ralph McKinley at a Bronson Avenue address. The legal owner was a local bank. We checked the Bronson Avenue place, but they told us there that the man known as McKinley had moved out 7 months before. They had no information on his whereabouts. 10:20 a.m. We talked to the people at the bank which held the pink slip on the car. They told us that the last 2 monthly payments on the car had been mailed in from a Clifford Street address. Frank and I drove out to the location, a one-story duplex apartment building near the intersection of Clifford and Beverly Boulevards.
Nice units, aren't they? Run up all over town.
They seem to be, don't they?
I'll get it.
Yeah?
Your name Ralph McKinley?
Yeah, that's right. Police officers, you want to get your coat, McKinley? I'd like to talk to you downtown.
What for? What's it all about?
Anybody else living here with you?
No, just myself. Look, you mind telling me what this is all about?
Got a few questions we'd like to ask you. Won't take long.
I can't go with you now. I got a business appointment, half an hour. I've been out of town the last couple of months. I'm due back on the job today.
That's all?
Yeah, I just can't spare the time. Appointments all day long. I got a whole flock of business I have to clear up.
Well, that makes us even. Come on, let's go. Well, there wasn't much doubt about McKinley. He fitted the suspect's description almost perfectly. Tall, slight build, approximately 29 years of age, prematurely gray hair. We went over the apartment, but there was no sign of anyone else on the premises. No sign of any of the loot taken in the burglary. We checked the adjoining garage, but it was empty. The suspect refused to admit that he even owned a car. Frank got on the phone, called the office, and arranged for an immediate stakeout on the apartment. When the men arrived, we drove McKinley back to the city hall and took him to the interrogation room. He was arrogant and uncooperative. We talked to him for a full hour, but he'd admit nothing. Frank left and went down the street to the crime lab to check with Ray Pinker on his findings. I continued questioning McKinley.
I don't care what the old man says. I don't know what you're talking about.
He described you perfectly. He says you were in his fix-it shop a little over a week ago. You told him you were an inventor. You ordered this gadget from him here.
I don't get it. What's that supposed to prove?
Well, you admit you went to the old man. You had him make this thing up for you, didn't you?
I don't admit anything. Why should I?
All we're looking for is a straight story. We're going to get it sooner or later, McKinley. Might as well be now.
You're getting nothing from me. I don't have to tell you a thing.
How about the hotel over on South Alvarado? You stay there last weekend?
No, of course not. Why should I go to a hotel? I stayed at my place.
Thought you said you'd been away. You just got back in town.
Sure, that's what I said. I just got back last week.
Well, then you didn't stay at that hotel on South Alvarado.
I told you I didn't. I don't even know the place.
But you know Mr. Van Owen, the old fellow at the fix-it shop.
I don't know him either. I don't even go near that end of town.
What end of town?
What are you talking about? Where you said the shop is?
I didn't mention where it was. I asked you if you knew a Mr. Van Owen, if you ever went to his fix-it shop to order anything.
Look, what are you lying for? What's the angle?
No angle, McKinley. I told you I like to have a straight story, that's all.
Well, you got it, mister. You heard everything I have to say. I don't know any old man. I don't know anything about that hotel.
Friday talking. Yeah, Don. How'd it go? Uh-huh. I see. Yeah, we'll pick it up. No, we'll pick it up. Right. Thanks a lot. You don't lie very good, McKinley.
Now what are you talking about?
That was our handwriting man. He just finished checking those exemplars of your handwriting we got from you. He compared them to a signature in the register at the hotel on South Alvarado.
I already told you. I don't know the place.
Young fellow by the name of Richardson checked in there Friday night about 7 o'clock. He signed the register. The signature's in your handwriting, McKinley.
Yeah, sure.
That's right.
I don't know the place. I never been there.
Now, look, you're going to have to do better than that, fella. The hotel manager's on his way down here now to identify you. So's Mr. Van Owen from that fix-it shop. Maybe you better piece together a new story, huh?
You got my story, cop. I was out of town. You can't prove I wasn't.
All right, McKinley, any way you want it.
Joe?
Hi, how'd it go?
Pretty good. Ray Pinker finished checking that stuff at the crime lab. Here's a report on it.
Thank you.
Just about sews it up, no doubt about it.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, what is it this time? More of your phony charges? I want out of here.
Can't be done, McKinley. Report on the clothes found in that hotel room.
They're not my clothes. I wasn't even in the place.
I'd say you were. Cleaning tags on a pair of trousers, one of the coats. Traced them through the dry cleaners to you.
It's a lie. I told you I wasn't in the place.
All right, there's something else here, fella. They ran tests on all the clothes they found in your room. They found particles of fire clay from the safe that you broke into down below in the liquor store. Your coat, your trousers, they were covered with the stuff.
Save your breath, will you? I'm not...
And when you ripped up the floor of that hotel room, you picked up something else on the clothes. Particles of floor varnish. Small bits of wood, they all tie in.
You through?
No, not quite. A piece of broken coat button we picked up a couple of feet from the safe. They matched it up with one of the buttons on your coat, a broken one. The pieces fit perfectly.
Kenley, how about it?
Got my story.
No, you got a lot to explain.
I'll take my chances.
What's the pitch, McKinley? You know you got to come up with a story. It might as well be now.
There's no story to it. I was out of town. I told you that.
Why don't you get off it, mister? It's not going to take much to make a liar out of you. You know that, don't you?
Oh, look, why don't you get off my back, the two of you? I told you everything I'm going to tell you.
Sit down, McKinley.
I'm getting out of here.
Sit down.
All right. Go ahead. I can wait it out as long as you can.
I doubt that.
I'll get it.
All right.
That's speaking. How's it? Oh, yeah, Jim. What is it? That's right. When? Mm-hmm. Fine. Yeah. Thanks. Piece of news for you, McKinley.
Yeah?
Your partner came back to your place a few minutes ago. Our men picked him up. They're bringing him in now.
Yeah, there's news to me. I don't have any partner. I'm in business for myself.
That's what your partner figures. Tell me he claims you got all the money. He thinks you were trying to run out on it.
Oh, what money? Look, I showed you my wallet. You know how much I got.
Now, we're going to ask you just once more.
You got it. There's nothing else to say.
All right, Frank.
Yeah, let's book him in. According to Rogers, his partner's willing to talk. We'll get the story from him.
All right, McKinley, let's go.
What do you mean, go where?
Main jail. We're booking you in.
Come on, let's go.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah? Come on.
What did he say anyway, this guy you say they picked up?
Oh, your partner? Well, we told you what he said. Why? What's the matter?
Nothing, I just
Better order up a stenographer, huh, Joe? Have her ready to take the statement when they bring the guy in.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Sergeant?
Yeah.
Let's go back, I'll tell you.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 19th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, just a parting word about Fatima. I know a lot of you have promised yourself that you'd give Fatima's a try, but, well, you just haven't gotten around to it yet. So I'd appreciate it if you'd kind of keep us in mind the next time you buy cigarettes and ask your dealer for Fatimas. You'll find Fatima gives you more for your money. Compare them with any other king-size cigarette, and you'll find Fatima does have a better flavor and aroma. You'll like its extra mild and soothing smoke. Tomorrow, buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarette.
Ralph Arthur McKinley and his accomplice, John Warren Hatfield, were tried and convicted on 6 counts of second-degree burglary. They received sentences as prescribed by law. Second-degree burglary is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 1 year, or by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 1 nor more than 15 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, to protect our nation and the free world against communist aggression, we must produce vast quantities of guns, planes, tanks, and explosives. Defense of our country against aggression abroad and inflation at home depends on our ability to fill both our military and civilian requirements. Remember, the better we produce, the stronger we grow.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Harry Bartell, Stacey Harris, Jack Crucian. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
There's more adventurous entertainment with Night Beat next on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 130. Be on the lookout for Andrew Holman, described an American, 5 feet 8 inches, 135 pounds, 35 years old, wearing a brown chinchilla coat. This man shot and killed Detective Paul Lee of the fugitive detail this evening. That's all. Rosenthal.
Of tonight's broadcast, we have 3 very important guests we wish to introduce. Don't miss this special feature on tonight's program. These true crime dramatizations are created and sponsored by Rio Grande because this company is in such close touch with police work in the many leading cities and counties of the West that specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively to power their police and emergency cars. And the drivers of these police cars are such boosters for this gasoline that Rio Grande is proud to tell the public through this program of the heroic deeds of the police officers who use Rio Grande cracked gasoline daily to meet emergencies. Cruising slowly along, hour after hour, these police cars suddenly get a radio call for help. Down goes the throttle. The engine roars into action. Rio Grande cracked gasoline meets the emergency with instantaneous power. Precious seconds are saved as Rio Grande cracked develops top speed without the sluggishness or delay characteristic of uncracked gasoline. No wonder thousands of police drivers and the drivers of fire engines, ambulances, and motorcycles are so enthusiastic about Rio Grande cracked. No wonder this gasoline powers more emergency equipment everywhere it is sold than any other brand. The most convincing proof of the efficiency of Rio Grande cracked gasoline is its use year after year for the most difficult job any gasoline has ever had. In your car, too, Rio Grande cracked will produce the same sensational speed, power, and acceleration that makes other users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline boast about their police car performance. And now it is our pleasure to present Captain Bert Wallace, head of the homicide squad of the Los Angeles Police Department. Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. How much money would you want to risk your lives day in and day out? How much would you demand to take a job where you knew that any moment your career might be permanently ended by a bullet? Would you want $100 a week to take such a risk? Or do you value your life at a higher rate, say $500 or $1,000? Whatever your valuation is, I feel sure you would expect more for such a risk than your police officers receive. And your police officer, every moment he is on duty, is taking this risk that the peace of your community may not be violated. This statement is no idle romancing. There isn't a police officer on the force who has not had a brother officer and close friend taken from him by the bullet of a lawbreaker. No one realizes more than the police officer the real meaning of that much-used phrase, the war against crime. It is a real war to these men who may at any moment sacrifice their lives. It is a fight to the finish. As you may realize after hearing the details of the Holman case, which started with a routine police matter and ended with 3 tombstones in the cemetery. It is a few days before Christmas in 1932 when Detective Paul T. Lee and H.C. Lindley of the fugitive detail of the Los Angeles Police Department are called into the office of their captain. Come in, boys. Come in. Have a seat. What's up, Cap? I've got a request from the sheriff of Marin County, Paul. He wants us to pick up a fellow by the name of Abe Schiller. Yeah? What's he want him for? Forgery. Here's the warrant for his arrest, and here's his mug and description. Got quite a record, hasn't he? Yeah.
You got any tips on where we might find him, Captain?
Yes, Lindley. According to the sheriff's information, he's pretty thick with a girl by the name of Flo Barnes. She's got a little spot out on Wilshire near Whitmer. I jotted the address down here, and I suggest you go out and talk to her first. Okay, Cap. We'll get on it right away.
Here's the
apartment, Paul. Name's on the door.
And push the buzzer.
Okay.
Come back later. I'm busy.
So are we. Come on, open up.
Who is it?
I imagine you got a pretty good idea. Better open up the door now like an Esgo.
Oh, all right. Oh, I thought it sounded like bulls. What's the beef?
Nothing for you to worry about. We're looking for Abe Schiller.
Abe Schiller. I don't know no Abe Schiller.
My partner said we weren't going to worry you, and that's so if you're on the up and up with us.
Well, sure, I'm willing.
All right. Where's Abe Schiller?
I don't know. I'm a level, I don't.
Expecting him?
Well, I never know when he's going to drop around. Maybe he will, and maybe he won't.
I think we'll just drop in and wait for him.
Oh, you can't do that. You see, I'm not...
Oh, you don't have to dress for us. We're not company. Besides, they'd come on as becoming to you, Flo.
Is you going to ask us to sit down?
Okay, have a seat.
With pleasure.
What is that noise?
Somebody in the other room.
What's the idea, Flo? A double cross?
Come out of there, you. With your hands in the air.
Yes, sir. I'm coming.
Who is this guy, Flo?
A friend of mine.
What's his name?
I don't know.
What's your name, buddy?
Eddie Tremont. What are you doing here?
Well, just visiting.
Where do you work?
Down on 7th Street, at a gas station.
And you better get out of here and beat it back to the gas station. It's in a very healthy place for punks.
Yeah, yes, sir.
You've got a
You
nerve.
ought to be ashamed of yourself, Flo, entertaining kids like this.
And you ought to be ashamed scaring them half to death.
I'm sorry, Flo.
Sorry for what?
Well, you know.
Beat up before these two flatties run you in for a bag.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye, kid. See you down on 7th Street someday.
Now, look here, Flo. Ain't no sense in getting tough. We might as well be friends.
What for?
Why not? You can make it tough for us, and maybe someday we'll make it tough for you. Or you can make friends with us, and you won't be sorry.
Well,
What do you know about Abe Schiller?
nothing much.
How long have you known him?
Oh, off and on for a couple of years.
What's he do for a living?
I never asked him. Why, what do you got on him?
Forgery.
That's possible. I'll go.
Oh, no, you won't. You stay right where you're at. I'll answer the door. Who are you looking for?
What's it to you? Who are you?
Police officer.
Oh, police officer, eh?
Hey, come back here.
Look out, officer, he's got a gun!
Oh, you heard that? Pretty bad, partner. I guess that...
A block away, at the corner of 7th and Whitmer, William Swan is halted by a red signal light when a man jumps onto the running board of his car. Swan looks up into the blue steel mouth of an automatic.
Button up your lip, buddy. You sing and I'll blow daylight through you.
Oh, what do you want?
You know, you're helping me to a getaway, see? Just drive what I tell you.
Oh, but listen, I got a date. My girl's waiting for me.
Yeah? Well, there's a rope waiting for me if I don't get out of this beef. There's the bell. Well, what are you waiting for?
But
I ain't kidding, buddy. Now get going. All right, turn left at the 7th, and then get over to Bixler to wait. And act natural, you mug.
So that's the way it happened, Cap. Paul died on the way to Georgia Street. Paul was one of my best friends, and it had to be me that sent him to his death. You can't look at it that way, Captain. It's all part of our business. Yes, I know. But I never can get used to it. Seeing fine men like Paul Lee go out of the picture at the hands of some dirty rat. This dirty rat will pay up pretty quick. Get a pretty good description of him? Better than that. I got an identification from the girl, Flo. You did? Yeah. She says she knows the guy. I brought her in to show her the mug book and get a positive identification. She's outside. You want to talk to her? Yeah. Bring her in. Come on in, Flo. Captain, this is Flo Barnes. Glad to meet you, Miss Barnes. Won't you be seated?
Thanks.
You were a witness to the murder of Detective Lee.
Yeah, but I didn't have anything to do with it, Captain. I swear I didn't.
Well, let me assure you that you're not under suspicion of any sort. But we would appreciate your assistance.
I've always kept out of jams. I don't like this one.
No, we don't either. But it's our job to find the man who murdered Paul Lee. Not that arresting him will return Paul to his family, but because that murderer is a threat to society as long as he remains at liberty.
You realize that I may be putting myself on the spot if I help you.
Yes, and we'll give you every protection you need. Who shot Lee?
Well, it was Andy Holman.
Where's he live?
I don't know. Really, I don't.
Is he a friend of yours?
Well, he drops in to see me every now and then. He's an ex-con.
Here's the mug book, Flo.
Oh.
You recognize his picture?
Yeah, that's him, all right.
I'd say so, too.
Andy Holman, eh? San Quentin, number 31926. Sent up for first-degree robbery. Parole June 1st. He's only been out 6 months.
Beg pardon, Captain.
Yes, Mac.
There's a man out here who was sent over from Central. Got a report to make that may connect up with the shooting.
Send him in.
Yes. You come in, please?
Are you the captain?
Yes, what is it?
Well, the guy just held me up and made me drive him halfway across town with his gun in my ribs.
Where did this happen?
Well, I was waiting for a green light at the corner of 7th and Whitmer Street.
7th and Miller?
Yeah.
That's just a couple of blocks from Flo's apartment, Skipper.
What did this fellow say?
He told me to keep quiet and drive him where he wanted to go.
Did you?
Did I? With that automatic of his tickling me? You bet your life I did.
Where did you take him?
Well, he got out the corner of 8th and Hill.
And what did he look like?
Well, he was about medium height and he wore a brown chinchilla coat.
Did he look anything like this picture?
Yeah, that's him.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Get me the complaint board. Hello. Put out an all-cars broadcast to pick up Andrew Holman, described as American, 5 feet 8 inches, 130 pounds, 35 years, slender build.
But with every Los Angeles police officer alertly watching for the murder of Detective Lee, and with every California city and county promising cooperation in the manhunt, Andy Holman cleverly continues to elude capture. A month later, he is still at liberty, planning another crime in an East Side speakeasy with his 2 Confederates, Sterling McLean Smith and Tommy Bender, and Tommy's girl, Stella.
Hey, boys, this'll be a cinch. A little branch bank out in the valley and not a bull for a mile.
How much do you think it's good for, Andy?
Well, it ought to be 20 grand in that place, Tommy. You're going to have a swell time helping Tommy spend 6,000 or 7,000 bucks, ain't you, Stella?
Yeah.
You don't sound very interested.
Oh, sure. I'm interested in keeping Tommy out of trouble.
He can't get into no trouble on this job. It's a pushover.
Don't you worry about me, baby. I'll be all right. All you got to worry about is how you'll spend the dough.
Hey, listen, Stella. I know how to pick 'em, see? And when I met Tommy up at Quinton, I sized him up for a smart chin. The only reason he took that rep was because he made a mistake. But he learned lots of lessons in stir. Didn't you, Tommy?
You bet.
Seems to me he didn't learn the most important lesson.
Yeah? What's that?
That you can't win against the bulls.
Yeah, nuts. What's that dame know about this record? Dames oughtn't to have any opinions. Dames ought to be left at home.
All right, Mac, lay off Stella.
Yeah, I just made a general statement. Seems to me you guys are wasting a lot of time shooting off your face. When do we pull this job, Andy?
Tomorrow morning about 11:30. The bank's pretty empty then. You'll handle the car, Mac. And Tommy and me will knock the joint over.
Don't you think I ought to go in with you?
No, I want to give Tommy a little first-hand experience. I've got a lot of confidence in him.
Gee, thanks, Andy.
Tommy, if you don't mind, I'd like you to take me home. I've got a headache.
Oh, sure, honey. I'll be glad to. Only, well, we got to plan this thing.
Of course, if you don't want to leave, I can take a cab.
Oh, no, it ain't that, baby. But don't you see?
Go on, Tommy. Take her home. Take her home. And be over at my spot tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I'll tell you what to do then.
Okay, Andy. Come on, Stella. I'll see you in the morning, boys.
Okay, kid.
So long, kid.
Tommy, you mustn't go out with them tomorrow.
Yeah, but I got it, baby. I'm in this thing with them.
But you don't have to be. Well, you're only out of prison 2 months, and you're starting in again. You know what they do when you break your parole?
They're never going to know anything about it. With that dough, you and I can go off to China in some place and be set for the rest of our lives.
I'll never touch a cent of that money, Tommy.
What?
I mean it. If you go out on that job with them tomorrow, I'm through with you. Can't you see what you're running into? Even if it wasn't wrong, you can't trust that Andy Holman. He'd double-cross his own mother.
Now, listen, Stella, you don't know Andy. He's a swell guy. Why, he did more for me up in Quentin than anybody. He made it easy for me with a big shot up there. I owe him plenty.
So your idea of paying him back is to hold up with him?
Oh, look, Stella, I'm lucky that he wants me to work with him. There's plenty of other guys that jump at the chance. I'm a lucky guy, I tell you.
You're an ungarnished fool, Tommy. If you go out with Andy tomorrow, you've seen me for the last time.
All right, folks, we're leaving now. And if you know what's good for you, you'll not let out a peep for 5 minutes. Now, buddy, Tommy, here's the dough. I put everything I can move into this boat. Good. Give it to me. Now, you cover me while I get into that car.
Okay, I'll stay right here till you call me.
You're all set, Andy.
Set. And listen, here comes the cops. Step on it then, kid. What about the kid? That devil with him. We've got ourselves to think about.
Hey, Andy, wait a minute. Wait for me, Andy. You can't leave me here. The bulls are coming. Andy!
All right, young fella. Drop that gun and throw up your hands. Come along with me, Bender.
Oh, for what, turnkey? They're not going to question me again, are they?
Nope, you got a visitor.
Yeah? Who is it?
I don't know. Come on. In this office here.
Stella.
Oh, Tommy, darling.
Oh, but you said you'd never see me again if I went on that job.
I know it, but you idiot. Oh, I guess I'd forgive anything you did.
Oh, gosh. You don't know what it means to know I have at least one friend in the world.
Come on, sit down at this desk here. Tell me all about it. You look worn out. Have they been hard on you?
Well, they haven't let me get much sleep trying to find out who was on the job with me.
Well, why don't you tell them?
Not me. I'm no squealer.
Oh, Tommy, you're such a fool. What is
Shut up, Stella.
Why, Tommy, what's the matter with you, shouting like that? And what are you drumming on the table for?
You see that lamp?
Yeah.
Well, there might be a dictaphone in it. Miss Drumming will cover our conversation.
Why don't you tell them who was with you, honey? They'll make it easier for you.
It's not a squealer, Stella.
But can't you see that Andy double-crossed you? He drove away from that bank out there and let you take the rap.
Well, he couldn't help it. The cops were coming.
He deliberately threw you to them to make his own getaway. I told you that guy wasn't on the level.
Well, even if what you say is the truth, I ain't going to score. I took my chances and I lost, and, well, that's that.
You know they'll throw away the key on you when you go up this time.
Well, that's just too bad. But I ain't going to get out of this at Andy's expense.
I'm going to get you out, and I don't care who pays the bill. I don't know why I should break my heart over a fool like you, but I can't help myself.
Oh, no, Stella, look, it's better this way. I'll ride the beef, and then when I get out, I'll go straight for sure. Then we can start all over again.
What? You expect me to wait 10 years for you? You think I can stand that? I want you right now, and I'm going to get you. So that's the real lowdown on that job, Captain. Tommy wasn't a bad kid. He's just a fall guy. The men you want are Andy Holman and Stuart McLean Smith.
We're not half as interested in Holman for this bank job as we are on a little murder rap.
A murder?
Yeah. We've been looking for him for 2 months. He shot a police officer in cold blood just before Christmas.
I'm not surprised. He's capable of anything.
Would you be willing to help us?
I'll do anything to see that rap where he belongs. But if I do, will you spring Tommy?
I can't make you any promises. But I believe that the extenuating circumstances you've indicated will influence the jury when you testify at his trial. Furthermore, I can assure you that the reward on Holman's head will go to you if you turn him in.
Even if I didn't get a cent of that reward, even if Tommy has to go up, I'm not going to stop until I've turned Andy Holman over to you.
But Stella, with her underworld contacts, is scarcely more successful than the police has been in their search for the murderer. 2 weeks go by while the avenging girl spends every waking hour seeking Holman, inquiring for him, visiting the places she knows he frequents. And then, as she enters a coffee joint on Main Street one night, she sees Holman and Smith seated in the back booth. Striving to appear casual, she approaches them.
Hello, boy.
Oh, hello, Stella.
Hey,
mind if I sit down?
No, help yourself.
Well, where have you boys been keeping yourselves?
Laying low.
Uh-huh, that's what I thought.
So what a tough on Tommy, eh, Stella?
Yeah, wasn't it?
Just a bad break, that's all. We couldn't wait for him with the bulls on our tail.
Yeah, I understand.
We've been afraid they'd give him the works down at the jail, and he'd sing.
Not Tommy. You ought to know that. He's loyal.
Loyalty's got nothing to do with it when the bulls start working out on you.
Tommy can take it. It's tough on me, of course. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next 10 or 15 years while he's up there.
You know, I never could figure you and him out, Stella.
What do you mean?
Well, he's a good enough kid, but he's still a kid. And you've got lots of savvy. You could have done a lot better than him.
Yeah? Looks like I'll have to start looking around now that he's out of the way.
Well, you wouldn't have to look far.
What do you mean?
No farther than across the table.
Who, Mac?
Huh?
Leave me out.
No, not Mac. He don't exactly waste no love on women. I mean me. I had a yen for you for a long time, Stella. And now that Tommy's out of it, I don't mind telling you so.
Gee, Andy, I didn't have any idea.
Well, what do you think about it?
Well, I think it'll be okay. He fell for it like a ton of bricks, Captain. That big chump thinks I'm going to move in with him tomorrow.
That's splendid, Stella.
Now, here's the address. Apartment 301 at 598 South Normandy. He's going to be out tomorrow chasing a bank job, and he's expecting to meet me at the apartment at 5:30.
Good. We'll have a squad of men out there by 3 o'clock.
The next afternoon, a squad composed of Detectives Homer Spencer, Ralph Davis, Harry Birch, Cliff Gillen, and Miles Ledbetter drive up to the Normandy Avenue address. Parking their sneak cars around the corner, they approach the apartment house.
Spencer, Davis, you hide in that garage across the street. Okay, Ledbetter. Birch and Magnus cover the rear of the place. Right. And Gillen, you come inside with me. Now get this, boys. We don't want any shooting if we can help it. But we do want Holman. If we can't take him alive, we'll take him dead. There's just one thing for you to remember, and that's what this guy did to Paul Lee. Okay, boys, take your positions. And you men on the outside, let him get in the building. We'll try to arrest him in there. We've got to be sure that he doesn't make a getaway. Come on, Gillen. Yeah. Better tip off the landlady that there may be some shooting. Here's her apartment.
Yes?
We're police officers, ma'am.
Yes?
We're looking for the man who lives in 301.
You mean Mr. Holman?
Yes.
Well, I don't think he's in.
I know he isn't.
What are you after him for?
Murder.
Murder? A murder in my house?
Not so loud, ma'am, please. Now, we've got the place surrounded, and we're going to arrest him when he comes in. There may be some shooting, so I'd advise you to stay in your apartment this afternoon.
But you can't do that. Shooting in my house.
I assure you that we don't want to if it can be avoided. But if it's necessary, then the safest place for you is right inside your apartment. Oh, now there's one more thing. Will you give me the pass key to his apartment, please? We want to search it thoroughly before he gets back.
Well, all right. Here it is.
That's fine. Thank you very much. You've nothing to fear as long as you don't go out of your apartment.
Oh, don't worry. I won't.
Come on, Gillen. Let's give this place a once-over.
Is any chance of that Stella dame's giving us a runaround?
Sure, there's always a chance of that. But I got a hunch she's on the level. He's sure got it in for Holman.
And here's the apartment. Let's see if that pass key works.
Here you are. Looks like they just moved in. Bags aren't unpacked yet.
This one's plenty heavy.
Open it up.
It's locked.
Yeah, we'll fix that quick enough. There.
For the love of Mike.
A shotgun and a half dozen paramount.
And look at these boxes of 32 shells. A regular arsenal.
We just moved this across the hall to that empty apartment the painters have been working in. And that looks like a good place to stake out to me. We can leave the door open the way it is, and then we can have an unobstructed view of them as they come up the hall.
Okay.
Ledbetter and Gillen take up their posts in the vacant apartment, while the other 4 officers have secreted themselves in the front and back of the building. A tense 2 hours pass while the officers scan each passing car, while the landlady, in an agony of suspense, paces her apartment, while Ledbetter and Gillen stiffen at the slightest noise. Then, a few minutes before 5:30, a car drives up to the apartment house, and Holman and Smith get out. At that moment, a friend of the landlady's telephones her. As the 2 gunmen mount the front steps of the apartment, Spencer and Davis across the street grasp their drawn guns tightly. Holman and Smith are arguing as they enter the building.
Yeah, I tell you, Andy, all you're going to get is grief if you tie up with that Stella twist. Dame's as dynamite.
You worry too much, Mike. He's a good kid. Hey, listen. Did you hear that?
Yeah, let's lay him out of here.
Okay.
Up with your hands. Hold of it.
Let him have it.
Hold of it.
All right. Up with your hands.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I do criminals! I'm a citizen of the taxpayer. You've already wounded me. I like a badge taken from you. I like a badge.
Who is this bird?
You walked in the middle of the shooting.
You got Holman. He's over there on the sidewalk, but where's the other guy?
You ran between those parked cars. Here it is over here.
Stretched out on the running board, dead. Well, boys, I guess this tallies up for Paul Lee's murder.
The well-aimed bullets of the officers saved the people the expense of the trial. Stella received the reward which officers had offered for the murderer. And Abe Schiller, the unwitting cause of Detective Lee's death, was subsequently arrested in Santa Barbara
and admitted his guilt of the charge of forgery made against him by the Marin County authorities. At this time, I want to thank the many citizens who send information into the police department to help the law enforcement agencies run down criminals. Tonight, I have with me 3 young men whose names were in the headlines today for their fine work. Did you read how 3 junior detectives found the hidden loot of many burglaries on a garage roof? They reported their discovery to the police, and as a result, we have just captured the Phantom Bandit, suspected of many recent burglaries. Mr. Lindsley will introduce you the 3 members of the Rio Grande's Junior Police Department.
Thank you, Captain Wallace. Ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce first Winston Moore, captain of his own squad of junior detectives. Captain Moore, how old are you?
11 years.
You directed the search for the Phantom burglar, didn't you?
Yes, but Charles O'Hara here worked right with me.
Well, we'll call you Lieutenant Charles O'Hara.
Thanks, but give the credit to my brother Bob O'Hara. He really found the stolen goods.
Congratulations, Bob. How did you do it?
I climbed on top of a garage and found where the burglars hid them.
Well, that was mighty good work. And in behalf of the police department, I thank you for your help. And in behalf of the Rio Grande Junior Police Department, I hereby present each of you with a new badge. You are all promoted to captaincies in the Rio Grande Junior Police Department.
Gee, thanks.
The Rio Grande Oil Company has also asked me to give each of you a complete junior detective outfit. Here for each of you is a Sam Brown uniform belt, a G-Man gun, a detective microscope, a fingerprint outfit, a police whistle and siren, and a lot of other articles you'll need in your junior police work. We want all the hundreds of thousands of boys and girls who now belong to the Rio Grande Junior Police Department to have this complete detective outfit, too. Rio Grande offers 15 free gifts to every boy and girl listening in tonight. Go to the dealer in your neighborhood who sells Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Ask him for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News and learn how you can become a member of the Rio Grande Junior Police Department and get a complete G-Man outfit of 15 different articles, all free. You motorists who want to enjoy police car performance in your own cars must realize that while Rio Grande cracked gasoline will revolutionize your car's performance, the wrong grade of motor oil will cut down your car's efficiency. We ask you to use Sinclair motor oils, which are sold everywhere you get Rio Grande cracked gasoline. There's no motor drag with Sinclair oil. By perfecting the process of extracting petroleum jelly and useless wax, Sinclair developed the first of the faster-flowing oils that provide instantaneous lubrication when you start your engine. We want you to realize the big difference Rio Grande cracked gasoline makes in your car, and we know that if you also use Sinclair motor oil, you will enjoy all the thrills of police car performance.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, to cancellation broadcast 130 regarding the murder of Officer Lee. This case is now closed. Rose, you first.
Frederick Lindsley, your narrator, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
a young man sing a song I always remember. Immaculately dressed in a top hat, tails, and leaning on a cane, he described in each verse one of those people we all know so well and dislike so much. You know, the bore, the backslapper, the life of the party type of man. When the refrain came round, the singer would screw his monocle in his eye and say in a very tired voice, "So, I murdered him last Thursday." Then another verse, the description of another bore, and again the refrain, "I murdered him last Thursday." I remember the audience was delighted and fully approved of the murders. But that was a song in a musical comedy. In real life, that you will say is a very different cup of tea. Is it? Are you sure? Could an ordinary, normal, decent man be so provoked and goaded that he would deliberately plan and carry out a murder in cold blood? I don't know, but this week's casebook history intrigues me, since it has considerable bearing on the possibility of such a crime. I've called it The Case of the Lady in Distress. Such an attractive lady, so pretty, so full of life, and such a good companion. And when she liked you, she could give so much and take so little. Her name was Molly Jackson, and she lived with her husband Tom in a bungalow called The Mumbles in Swansea, Wales. Mrs. Jackson's closest friend was her next-door neighbor, Mrs. Edith Dimmick. These two ladies had a passion in common, the cinema, a visit to which was their invariable Thursday habit. Now, February the 4th, 1929 was a Thursday, and on that particular night they had, as usual, been to the movies, enjoyed themselves immensely, and as they walked back to their homes...
Oh, I do think the rom-com was wonderful, don't you, Edith? Oh, no, what I'd do to be in a love scene with him. Oh, what would our husbands say if they could hear us? What in your mind could do with a little instruction from one of these film stars? There's no romance left these days except in the films. Don't you find that, Molly? Oh, I don't know. Can't complain about my Tom. He's pretty good at husband's girl. Don't forget, if everything was so glamorous in real life, there wouldn't be any point in going to the pictures. I'd hate that. Oh, I wouldn't miss them for the world. I suppose you're right. Still, I'd like to see more romance. Here's your house. I wonder why they called it the Mumbles. Tom was saying this morning that there's so much noise that when one goes up the stairs, we ought to change the name to the screen. Oh, I see he's put the light out. I'll have to creep about in the dark. He hates to be woken up. Well, Molly, it's been ever so pleasant. Next Thursday, all right for you. Rather. It's Douglas Fairbanks. Oh, I adore him. But what about Ronald Goldman? I can adore them both, can't I? After all, I only see them on the screen. Worst luck. Good night, Molly. Good night.
The scream came from Mrs. Jackson. Yes. She'd been murdered. Who murdered her? And why was she murdered? To answer such a question, one would have to go back in time to find out what her life was before she came to Swansea with her husband, when she wasn't married, but was plain... No, she was never plain. When she was just Molly Bourne, with a country accent she wasn't always successful in hiding. Let us join her in one of the typical incidents that made up Molly's life. It is the year 1914. The scene, a crowded cafe in Charing Cross Road at tea time.
Oh, I beg your pardon, but would you mind if I shared your table?
Please do. It's very crowded in here today, isn't it?
Yes, it is a bit full. Oh, waitress! Coming, madam.
That's clever of you. I've been trying to catch her eye for ages.
Tea for two, bread and butter, scones, jam, cakes.
Yes, please.
Just a cup of tea for me, please. Very good, madam. I suppose you always have a big tea.
Well, just the usual, you know.
I wish I could afford just the usual. Besides, nowadays it's a great luxury for me to buy even a cup of tea.
Oh, I'm sorry. You suddenly didn't give the impression that one was...
I doubt what you say. Oh, but I am. I'm at the last gasp, really. I don't know what to do from the next meal.
Come now, look, we can't have you crying. Can't be as bad as all that. Would it help you at all to tell me about it?
Oh, you're very kind. I could tell by your face that you're a sympathetic sort of person. You're quite right, I must stop this cry. I must try to be brave. Oh, but really, I'm in the most terrible plight. I haven't a penny, not a penny. You see, my husband's out of work. He's a clerk, and he hasn't enough money to keep body and soul together, let alone help me. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's really wicked of me to make such an exhibition of myself.
No, I understand. I was just thinking what my wife would say if I didn't give her a big enough allowance.
Oh, you're married?
Yes, with 2 kids. Fine with that start, too. Luckily, I've got a good job and they don't lack for anything.
Oh, but then I should think you were a sort of man to marry without good prospects. You look the responsible type to me.
Yes? Most people think we're pretty responsible. My boss does anyway. Look here. I'm going to buy you a big slap-up meal. I went to the lean wars myself once. I know what it's like to have an empty stomach. Here, waitress.
Coming, sir.
And in the following months, Molly, who incidentally was not married, was bought many slap-up meals and other things. The man was not boasting. He was in quite a responsible position. In fact, he was in charge of the trust funds of a miners' trade union. His friendship with Molly Bourne was quite happy until one day, Smith, we'd better call him, was suddenly brought up with a jolt.
Oh, Eddie, dearest, the dressmaker's been warning me about this bill. I promised to let her have the money this week. Would you send her a check?
Of course, Molly. Let's see the bill. But Molly, this says...
Whatever's the matter, dearest?
This can't be right. Have you looked at it? It says £1,350.
Yes, I know. Perhaps it does seem rather a lot, but you know what my clothes are like when you first saw me.
But Molly, I can't pay this. I've a wife and 2 kids. You forget that I've already spent a good $500 on you.
Oh, really, Eddie? I hope you're not going to be difficult. Sure, you can borrow. You're in a responsible position in a trade union.
I'm already in debt because of you, Molly. I can't go on this way.
What are you going to do? That bill's got to be paid.
I'm afraid it'll have to wait. I can't possibly afford it at the moment. Perhaps in a few months.
Eddie. Oh, Eddie. You're going to make me hate myself.
What do you mean?
I'm going to hate saying this. You seem to have forgotten. Has it ever occurred to you, Eddie, that some people, the nasty sort, might take a suspicious view of our friendship?
What are you getting at?
Oh, dear. Do I have to make it plainer? What would your trusting employers think of our relationship?
Nothing to do with them.
Well, wouldn't your wife? Mightn't your wife get the wrong idea?
Molly, you wouldn't...
Well, that check shall be made out to the dressmaker's shop. The name is at the top of the bill.
As the weeks went by, Molly Bourne's requests became more and larger. Determined to keep the secret from his wife at all costs, the frantic victim started using the trust funds of his trade union to satisfy his lady friend's demands. Molly found this out and from then on had 2 weapons in her hands. Smith got deeper and deeper until finally, as they always will, the police caught up with him. He was arrested, put on trial for misappropriating the funds of his union, £20,000 worth. The case went to the Central Criminal Court and Smith was given 5 years penal servitude. Now you see why I called him Smith. He may still be living and I doubt whether he wants to be reminded of the case. But what of Molly Bourne? Didn't she suffer too for her part in this rather sickening story? The answer to that question lies in the newspapers of the time. There you will see the case referred to as the Madame X case. Nowhere in it was Molly mentioned by name. The police thought that by preserving her anonymity, they might obtain restitution of part of the money from her. Smith could have told them that they might just as well have expected blood from a stone. And so, Molly went scot-free. You'll remember that this is 1914, and the war was by no means a setback to her. The rather free and easy social conditions of wartime London helping rather than hindering her career. One evening, just out of the war, he was dining in a restaurant in the Strand.
I do beg your pardon, but I must ask you something.
Certainly, madam. What is it you want to know?
Weren't you at the Earl of Selby's Christmas party last year?
Earl of Selby? Sorry, no, you're mistaking me for someone else. I've never heard of the Earl of Selby.
Oh, I could have sworn I met you there. Are you sure you don't remember me? My name's Molly Blanding.
Oh, I'm Thomas Ingram.
Strange, you know. I rarely make mistakes about people, and my work one has to be very observant. I'm a writer. One of the things I pride myself on is that I never forget a face. I just love them deceiving myself.
Well, I expect there are quite a number of men who look like me. There's nothing very original about my features.
I don't agree with you there. I can tell one thing, though. I'm not a Londoner.
Well, that's true. How did you know?
Something about the way you hold yourself. You want a visit?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm up on a sort of celebration with a few pals of mine. You see, we've just got out of the army, and they're supposed to be meeting me here.
Oh, I see.
Well, we're not going to fatten to them. They said 8 o'clock, and it's already 1:15.
His friends never turned up, and Thomas Jackson, sporting the alias of Ingram while in London, took Molly Blanding, alias Bourne, to the pictures. As we know, Molly was an attractive woman, and both parties took great pleasure in each other's company. In the weeks that followed, they became almost inseparable. Facing up to the fact that he could not on his meager bank account entertain Molly in the way to which he seemed accustomed, Jackson soon let her generous nature have its way, and allowed himself to be paid for wherever they went. Now, in view of this, it was not surprising that when Molly made him a certain proposition one day, he accepted with alacrity.
Tom, dear, I'll be leaving London next week. I'm going down to my place in the country.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Molly. I'll miss you.
I was wondering, Tom, there'd be no need of you to miss me.
How do you mean?
Well, we get on very well together, don't we? And I've got enough money for two to live on very comfortably. But I wondered if you... Oh, dear. Really, I'm not used to making proposals. Will you marry me, Tom?
You know the answer to that, Molly, darling. Oh, you've made me so happy.
Mr. and Mrs. Ingram.
Oh, yes. I'd better tell you now. For some reason, when we met, I said my name was Ingram. Actually, it's Jackson.
I know, dear. I saw your army discharge papers, but I prefer Ingram. Sounds more distinguished than Jackson, don't you think?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
And I'd be very happy if you promote yourself to captain.
But Molly...
Oh, no, Tom. You mustn't argue with me. I like the sound of it, darling. It suits our position in society. Captain and Mrs. Ingram.
Say that our Molly was old-fashioned. But what was her game? What could she hope to get from the relatively poor Mr. Jackson, Captain Ingram? Would she try to blackmail him in some way? What was her object in marrying him? Was this another of her evil exploits? And if so, how long was she to continue unpunished? When would the past catch up with Molly Bourne? Honeyborn had been working for all these years with enough money to marry whom she liked, no matter what his income. Thomas Jackson's means were practically non-existent, but this detracted in no way from the happiness of their married life. But to get on with our story. Having visited most of the fashionable resorts of England in grand style, the Jacksons, or rather the Ingrams, decided to visit Tom's parents, who lived in Swansea, Wales.
Do you think your people will like me, Tom?
Yes, they will, Molly. I've written them all about you already and told them how happy we are. But you know, this Ingram business is going to be a bit difficult to explain.
Oh, don't worry about that, Tom. We'll be married again in the name of Jackson.
You sure you don't mind, dear?
No, of course not. The first thing we'll do when we reach Cardiff. Then we'll go on to Swansea under no false pretenses.
And if you like Swansea, you'll be willing to settle down there?
Yes, darling. I want to grow some roots somewhere. You've travelled enough in my life.
I thought, if you like the place, mind, I thought I might get some sort of job. I feel I ought to do something.
You don't have to in your time. There's still plenty of money in the bank. Now, what sort of work did you have in mind?
Oh, just something to keep me occupied. I was village champion in my outfit during the war, you know. I thought I might try my hand as a professional.
Well, don't see any harm in it. Anyway, don't let's cross our bridges. I may hate Swansea.
But Molly Jackson did not hate Swansea. She loved it. She bought a house called the Mumbles, and for 7 happy years she and Tom lived a respectable and uneventful life there. Then one evening she went to the movies with a neighbor, a Mrs. Edith Dimmick. And on their way home, as you may remember...
You're never so pleasant. Next Thursday, all right for you? Rather. It's Douglas Fairbank. Oh, I adore him. What about Ronald Goldman? I can adore them both, can't I? After all, I only see them on the screen. Worse luck. Good night, Molly. Good night. Whatever happened? I thought it was Molly. You just left me 10 seconds ago. What happened?
Hello, Mrs. Dimmick. I can't tell you what happened, I'm afraid. I heard the scream and came straight down to find Molly lying here outside the back door. Will you help me?
Of course.
I want to lift her inside, onto the sofa in the drawing room.
I wish that dog would stop barking.
Hold her gently, will you? I don't want to shake her at all. Can you keep that door shut behind you? It's rather cold.
Right you are. Poor dear, she looks badly hurt. On the sofa. There we are. Have you got something to bathe these cuts?
Yes. Shouldn't we try to bring her round?
Well, let's take her coat off first. Looks as if she pulled it up around her head to protect herself.
If you'll hold her in a sitting position, then I'll take it off without disturbing her too much.
Oh, Mr. Jackson, you don't want to say you do. These cuts look rather bad. Would you call the doctor?
Oh, do you think so? I'd rather not, if it can be avoided.
I really think she ought to be looked at professionally.
Very well. Will you phone for him? The phone's on the desk over there. Meanwhile, I'll try and bring her around.
But Mr. Jackson failed to revive his wife. She was taken to hospital where she died without having once regained consciousness. The police were notified, and Detective Wright of Swansea searched the Jackson house. He then had a little chat with the unhappy Mr. Jackson.
Now, Mr. Jackson, you mustn't mind my asking you a few questions. You said, I think, that you've gone to bed early on Thursday. Yes, I always do. Did on Thursdays. It was Molly's night for going to the pictures with Mrs. Dimmick. And you were nearly asleep when you heard your wife scream. That's right. I ran downstairs and... well, you know the rest. Yes. You found your wife lying outside the back door. Did you see anyone else? Only Mrs. Dimmick, when she came running out to find out what had happened. No one else. I see. Now, there's one other thing, Mr. Jackson. I hope you won't mind my mentioning it. You probably knew your wife was beaten about the head with some blunt instrument. We found a motor tire wrench under a cushion in the dining room. Can you account for it being there? Oh, it's nothing to do with this. I think I used it a few days ago, and Molly probably put it behind a cushion to keep the room tidy or something. One last question, sir, and then I'll leave you alone. Do you know any reason why anyone should want to murder your wife? No, I do not.
The local police were baffled by the case, and Scotland Yard in the person of Chief Inspector Collins was brought in. His search of the house, the mumbles for some clue of the murder, yielded an anonymous letter. It read as follows. This is to tell you that we are watching you and will get you, you husband stealer, you robber of miners' money that would have fed starving children. When we get you, we will tar and feather you, and for every quid that you have taken from us, you will get another lump of tar and one more feather. We will show people you are as black outside as you are in. We will get you yet. Chief Inspector Collins examined this letter very carefully, then he sent for Thomas Jackson.
You wanted me, Inspector? Yes, Mr. Jackson. I found this letter among your wife's belongings. I wondered if you could throw any light on it for me. Good Lord. Have you seen it before? No, I certainly haven't. Why, don't you see? The person who wrote this is probably the murderer. You were quite close to your wife, weren't you, Mr. Jackson? Yes. Doesn't it strike you as peculiar that you didn't show her his letter? Yes, it does. Well, perhaps you didn't want to worry me. Or perhaps she never received it. Never? What do you mean? Perhaps it was written after her death, Mr. Jackson. Perhaps it was written by her murderer. I'm placing you under arrest, Mr. Jackson. I hereby charge you with the murder of your wife on the 4th day of February of this year.
What were the clues that led to this arrest? Blood on Jackson's clothes? No. The murder weapon in his possession? No. What was the incriminating evidence? The answer is that there was none. There was merely a mass of suspicion. Inspector Collins believed that Jackson had deliberately written the letter to detract attention for himself. He believed that Jackson had found his wife an encumbrance once her bank account declined, and that he had planned her murder step by step. Adding to the inspector's suspicions was the fact that Jackson was very slow about informing the police, and that when two neighbors came in the day after Mrs. Jackson had been taken to the hospital, he didn't say a word about her having been attacked. Strange behavior. But is strange behavior sufficient to hang a man? To answer that, we must go to Glamorgan Assizes at Swansea, July 1929, before Mr. Justice Wright. For the prosecution, Mr. Trevor Hunt, K.C.
Are you sure, Mr. Jackson, that when your wife returned, you did not have a quarrel?
I never spoke or did anything to my wife until I found her outside.
After you found your wife, why didn't you tell the police?
I didn't think.
What were you frightened of?
My wife had always been frightened. She was the type of woman...
Please answer the question and don't go off into a cloud of words. Why were you frightened?
I didn't know what had happened.
Is that the best answer you can give?
That is all I can say.
At the time you met your wife, you were thinking of going to Australia, were you not?
Yes.
What made you decide not to?
I hadn't enough money to pay for the fare and set up a business there.
What was your financial position when you married the deceased?
My money's my own affair. What has money to do with this business?
You will see in a moment. Did you on occasions get as indignant with your wife as you've just been with me?
I am not indignant. I was simply wondering about your manner. Think of what I've been through. 4 months in jail for nothing.
But did you ever display the same temper with your wife?
I never get out of temper.
Did you not think, when your wife's money had disappeared, that it would be good to be rid of her and her bad temper?
She was quick-tempered, but she was the most charming woman you could meet.
Do you think it charming of her to take a carving knife to you? You told us that she had done that in your statement.
Anyone would do that under the impulse of the moment. She never hurt me.
But you ran away.
That was only sensible.
Little new evidence was produced in court. But by the time the past exploits of Murray Jackson had been recounted, there was little sympathy left for the murdered woman. Mr. Justice Wright noticed this, and in his summing up, he warned the jury not to allow sentiment to influence them in their judgment.
Members of the jury, it seems that the theory of the prosecution is a most reasonable and rational one. I do not see how any other view of the nature of the attack is possible. Now, members of the jury...
This view of the prosecution, with which the judge concurred, was that Jackson had planned the murder of his wife, had started a quarrel with her when she returned from the pictures, and had killed her inside the house and carried her outside the back door. In view of Mrs. Dimmick's evidence that she had heard the scream very soon after Mrs. Jackson left her, it's difficult to believe that a quarrel, violent enough to result in murder, could have risen between Jackson and his wife in such a short space of time.
Gentlemen of the jury, it is also clear to me that if any stranger did murder this woman, it must have been the result of a deliberate scheme and of set purpose. I have heard no evidence which would indicate in any way that Mrs. Jackson had any enemies to do her harm. There is circumstantial evidence against the prisoner, which I venture to think very strong. There is no evidence of any secret enemy.
Mr. Justice Wright made it quite clear to the jury that he wanted them to return a verdict of guilty. But when they came back after an hour of deliberation, not one of them turned his eyes away from the prisoner, and the knowing ones in court knew that Thomas Jackson would be acquitted. Who killed Molly Bourne, the lady in distress? Such an attractive lady, so pretty, so full of life, and such a good companion. And when she liked you, she could give so much and take so little. For instance, Jackson, a man of little worth to whom she remained a good and faithful wife. And Smith, a man of many good qualities, albeit weak, whom she tricked, blackmailed, and ruined. An extraordinary woman. Or was she so extraordinary? If a man, even a worthless man, gain a woman's love, that woman will, if necessary, sacrifice her life for him. But if a man, however devoted and generous, fail to arouse the tender emotion, then let him beware. And if I go on saying things about women, I'd better beware.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum. A repository of death, a repertorium of violence. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a teacup and its saucer, a lady's parasol, a surveyor's chain, all are touched by murder. You take this mallet. It's a familiar object, a wooden mallet, worn, got a wooden head, marked, nicked with all its uses. Maybe you have one in the cellar, in the forgotten tool chest at the bottom of your closet, in the toolbox of your car. But I doubt if you would care to own this one.
Hello. Here's something, Constable.
Just an old mallet, Sergeant.
Yes, notice the grease on it. And these. They look a bit like hair, don't they? Human hair.
Well, anyway, today, the mallet can be seen in a very special place of honor in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
Here we are, the Black Museum, Scotland Yard's very special, very particular museum of murder. Here lies death, row on row of cabinets, and in the cabinets, each in its place, each with its simple white card detailing victim and killer, time and place. The weapons, many of which you couldn't conceive as weapons, line these stone walls. Now here for instance, this is a woman's handkerchief, a bit of lace at the edges, crumpled, yellowish with age, yet stuffed as a gag in its owner's throat. It stifled screams, this handkerchief, and the sound of death. Here, a length of heavy chain. Once this chain enclosed a rich man's driveway. It was wrapped around his legs another time. It weighted his body in his private lake until the grappling hooks took hold. And here we are. The mallets. Little white card says, in parts, Guy Fawkes Day, bonfire night. Guy Fawkes Day, it's November 5th. It's an old English tradition, you know. The celebration of Mr. Fawkes's attempt to blow up the House of Commons, the English House of Congress, almost 350 years ago. Every November 5th, bonfires of all sizes are to be found on the English countryside as part of this celebration. And that's why, you see, no particular attention was paid to a particular bonfire near a highway in Northampton one November 5th. Although one fellow did comment.
Quite a blaze, that one, eh, Davy?
Yeah, flames the street 15, 20 feet. Silly to build a fire that big way out of here.
Well, maybe the fellas wanted London to see it, eh?
Well, every man to his own idea, I always say.
You see, no particular attention for that moment. Now listen a moment. There's a man running up the road, past the two fellas trudging home.
Hey, mister, anyone at that bonfire?
Didn't look in a hurry, getting on to town.
Yeah, I say, he's troubling. Think he's going to catch a train here about this time of night? Might as well save his breath and walk.
Too bad if he'd been walking. If Marty and Davy hadn't been on the road just then, if the fire hadn't been quite so spectacular, even for Guy Fawkes' bonfire night, if... However, the ifs don't count. Davy was a touch curious about that bonfire now, as he and his friend came almost abreast of the blaze.
Mighty big fire. Think we ought to take a look, Marty?
Oh, I'm tired. Fella said there wasn't nobody over there.
He didn't. Said he didn't look. Well, I'm going to. Those spots get into the trees, we can have trouble, the wind and all.
Oh, all right. Have it your own way. Yeah, blimey. You can feel the heat right over here.
Here, that's no bonfire. It's a car burning. Here, we got to get help. This will make trouble. Come on.
The two men dashed for town in the wake of the man who passed them, and there in the village, they found the local police constable. Quickly, they gathered tools left over from the day's bombing and buckets, stirrup bumps, and raced back to the fire in the constable's old car. They didn't waste talk at the scene. In a matter of minutes, the blaze was under control. A few minutes more, and they could get close enough to see into the car, or see into what was left of it.
Not too close, men. There's a lot of heat there.
Here, Constable, point that flashlight over there.
Where?
To the right. No, more to the right. The front seat. Looks like a bundle of rags.
Oh, that's no bundle. That's what's left of a man.
Blackened, a twisted heap, but still recognizable as the body of a man. When the first shock was past, the local police constable ordered the men to stand watch while he telephoned. Before dawn, the experts were on the job.
All right, Sergeant. What have we got so far?
Number of the car, sir, MU2489. Some fragments of the clothing, garter buckles, belt buckles.
Mm-hmm.
A few pieces of cloth. That's about all, Inspector.
Yeah, not much to go on. Oh, well, maybe pathology will give us something. Meanwhile, trace the registration, find the owner, search the area around here carefully. Routine, Sergeant. Let me know.
Yes, sir. The usual.
Now then, you two.
Yes, sir?
Aye, sir. About this fellow who passed you running away from here. What did he look like?
Well, it was pretty dark last night, sir.
Well, he had no hat on.
Yes, sir. Mott is right. No hat, but a top coat and a briefcase.
I see. Anything else? Notice his hair? Well, it was dark. Seemed like a lot of it, sort of a round face.
You couldn't see his eyes or anything like that.
How old do you think he was?
Well, he was running pretty fast, like.
Well, nobody over 35 could run like that with a coat on and all. Unless he'd been an athlete, of course. Oh, well, no matter about that. Anything else you remember about him?
Not me, sir.
Here, Inspector, do you think he had something to do with this? We're not ready to think yet. First, the facts have to be gathered. We'll get out this fellow's description. He may recognize himself and offer to help. Meanwhile, we'll find the owner of the car. A great deal of...
The fellow didn't offer any help. All the newspapers carried his description, but there were no results. The number of the car did bring results, however, and the person of a youngish woman who gave her name as...
Nora Williams. It was my husband's car. He works as a salesman for a firm in Northampton. He's on the road a lot. He set out this time on the 4th.
There's no use your viewing the remains, Mrs. Williams, but perhaps you can identify these.
What are they?
Garter buckles, a belt buckle.
Oh, that's all that was left?
Are they familiar to you, Mrs. Williams?
No, not at all. My husband never wears a belt, only braces.
I see. Mrs. Williams, was your husband on his way to his firm, the home office, so to speak?
I don't know.
Oh, he didn't say?
No, and I called the firm. They said they didn't expect him until next week.
Williams, Robert Williams, owner of the burned car. Never wore a belt. His firm didn't expect him for a week. Interesting. Maybe not quite as interesting as the little scene in progress under the wreck of the burned car.
Hello. Here's something, Constable.
Just an old mallet, Sergeant.
Yes, notice the grease on it? And these. They look a bit like hair, don't they? Human hair. There it is, Inspector. Found it about 10 yards from the wreckage.
Oh, just an old mallet.
No weathering of the paint.
Grease, bits of hair. How far was it from the petrol tin?
Just a few feet. Another few steps away, that scorched area began.
Oh, the main area, or that sort of trail we found burned through the weeds?
The trail, sir.
Ah. You're reconstructing something, Sergeant. Let's have it.
Well, sir, suppose that someone hit Williams with the mallet and drove the car off the road.
Mm-hmm.
Then threw some petrol from the tin on the car and laid a kind of trail of it until the tin was empty.
Yes.
This party might have tossed away the mallet, dropped the tin, and thrown a lighted match onto the gasoline. It's possible, Inspector.
Yeah. You may be closer than you think. Pathology reports that the man who died had been drinking heavily, and that the bits of cloth we found had been soaked in petrol.
Soaked in it, sir? And not burned?
The cloth came from the armpits of the dead man's jacket.
Soaked to the armpits in petrol. Whoever wanted Williams out of the way was thorough, to say the least.
Yes, but we don't know yet, Sergeant, if the corpus delicti is Williams. All we know is that Williams is missing, and his burning motor car contained a corpse.
Yes, sir. But if the body isn't Williams, then our missing man...
Maybe Williams, and maybe a murderer. Well, we'll see.
There wasn't much to see. No Williams, no identity for the corpse, just a few bits of blackened metal, funny-looking mallets, a patrol tin, a bit of scorched earth, a pathologist's report, but no Williams. That was all. And then, quite suddenly, there was a plethora of Williams.
My name is May Williams. I haven't heard from my husband for 3 days. It's not like Robert. We were married in May. He wanted it then because my first name is May.
I'm Dorothy Williams. I married Robert Williams 2 years ago. Our home's in Brixton. I have a little boy, Robert Jr., of course.
I left the hospital to come here, Sergeant. Our son was born just 2 weeks ago. He's our second child. Robert and I have been married 3 years. He was at the hospital on Guy Fawkes Day just before he left on his trip. I can hear him saying, "Now, Elizabeth, don't you worry. I'll be back in 5 days."
I interviewed Mrs. Williams myself, Sergeant. Her first name is Nora.
I know it seems incredible, Inspector, so I checked the records first. Every one of these women is married to a Robert Williams, and every one of them says the license number of his car was MU2489.
4 of them. London, Brixton, Greenwich, and Bournemouth. And 3 children. What have we here, Sergeant? Motive for murder or suicide?
And that mallet can be found today in an honored position in the Black Museum. Inspector Lorch and Sergeant Bragdon found themselves of a common, if curious, state of mind. There was the very human and male tendency towards some small admiration for a man who could keep 4 wives reasonably happy, when most men have their difficulties with one. And there was the very stern necessity of finding this Robert Williams, who disappeared apparently into thin air, or who'd been burned to death on bonfire night in a blazing automobile. However, Inspector Lorch and Sergeant Bragdon had something to work with now. They had 3 wives. The first one to be questioned was Dorothy Brixton.
What can you tell me of his usual route in his business, Mrs. Williams?
Nothing in that, Inspector. Robert never talked business much at home.
Oh, what then, Mrs. Williams?
What then? Oh, and what did he talk about?
That's right.
Oh, pleasant things, the cinema, football matches. He was a great one on sports. And after a while, he liked to talk about the baby. Bob is only 6 months old, you see.
Yes. Was there any regular time he was at home, like The first and third weeks of the month, for instance?
No, sir. He'd be at home when he could. It was a bit difficult at first, getting used to that, but I managed. And he's so regular with the household money. Every Monday morning in the mail if he isn't at home.
By cheque, Mrs. Williams?
No, sir. By money order. Or in cash, sir.
Have you cashed in the last money order? Would you know where it was drawn?
No, I can't say, sir. I never took notice of that. Oh, Inspector?
Nothing much there. Nothing much except a picture of a quiet, rather shallow fellow interested in sports. It was Sergeant Braddon who took on May Williams. May Williams. She was young and quite pretty and very frightened.
To you, Mrs. Williams, 3 days is a long time.
Like 3 years, almost. He wrote me every night he was away, and now... Oh, Sergeant, that wasn't my Robert in that car, was it?
We don't know. Not yet, anyway. Suppose it wasn't. Suppose your husband has just disappeared.
Oh, he'd never do that. Robert's a wonderful man. Athletic, thick dark hair and a round face, almost like a boy's.
That much tallies with the man on the road, at any rate. We hope we can help you find your husband, Mrs. Williams.
Elizabeth Williams is no fool, and a newborn baby can be quite a problem when your only means of economic support has disappeared.
You see, Inspector, he told me this trip was taking him to Kent, and now the car's turned up in Northampton. Well, you can see why I'm so worried.
And under those circumstances, of course.
I never questioned Robert very much about his trips. I guess I was too glad to see him home. And he never stayed long enough to wear out his welcome. Ours wasn't a slippers and pipe kind of existence.
And do you have many friends in your neighborhood there in Bournemouth?
I do. Robert never cared to go out much.
I see. Well, for a man of about 35, that doesn't seem, well, too normal.
We liked each other's company, and there isn't very much money. So when Evelyn was born, we let ourselves get tied down. Now that Gerald's here, well, even more so.
And you say he was at the hospital on Guy Fawkes Day?
Yes, he brought flowers. Oh, I told him he shouldn't spend money on frippery like that, but it was sweet, and yes, he did say something about tomorrow will have to take care of itself.
Of course, not one word to any of the 4 women about the others. This was a matter for the inspector and the sergeant to keep strictly to themselves for a while at least. But beyond this, nothing. No sign of Robert Williams. Routine, if thorough, checks were made of the 4 areas where the 4 women lived.
Inspector Lodge here.
Call for you, sir. Mr. Thomas Brickwell from Farringham.
Oh, I don't know any Brickwell.
He says he wants the inspector in charge of the Williams case.
Oh, does he? All right, put him through, Sergeant. I'll speak to Mr. Brickwell.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Lodge speaking.
My name is Brickwell. I own a dry goods shop in Farringham, 215 Harley Road.
Go on, Mr. Brickwell.
I'm fed up with this Williams fellow. Think it's high time you police did something about it.
Well, we hope to, sir. Quite soon.
Then why don't you pick him up today?
Have you any idea where he may be?
He's on the 10:30 bus for Bournemouth.
What?
Left my house just a while ago. And as far as my daughter Mary is concerned, I'd be just as pleased if she never saw him again.
Oh, is he your son-in-law, Mr. Brickwell?
Not yet. And never, if Mary will listen to me. I don't like the whole thing, Inspector. Turns up without his car, then the car is reported burned up, and Williams won't go to the police. Mumbles something about not wanting to be involved. It's a funny business, and I'm interested in protecting my daughter.
Well, you've been most helpful, Mr. Brickwell. We'll be in touch with you shortly. Good day, sir.
Good day, Inspector.
Yes, sir?
Sergeant, our man is on the bus that left Farringham for Bournemouth at 10:30. Check its first stop and pick him up. It looks as if he left his latest conquest to visit his latest offspring.
I beg your pardon, sir. Is your name Williams? Robert Williams?
Yes, it is. What can I do for you?
I'm from the CID, sir. I hope you don't mind coming along. Inspector Lorch would appreciate a word with you.
May I see your identification?
Of course. Here you are.
I see you. Oh, very well, Sergeant. You know, it's a little strange. Actually, I was on my way to see you.
Well, that was his story. And he stayed with it all the way. He was on his way to the yard to tell his story. And it was quite a story.
Let's have that again, Mr. Williams.
I picked up this hitchhiker, you see, just below Northampton. He had a bottle and began to drink rather steadily.
See?
I was just about on the verge of asking him to leave the car when the engine began to cough. I was getting out of petrol, so I pulled over to the side of the road and off. My passenger seemed to be asleep. I took the petrol tin from the back, the one I keep for such emergencies, you see, and just as I started for the road, the man called out.
Oh, he wasn't asleep then?
Apparently not. Did I have a smoke on me, he wanted to know. I tossed him a cigar. Never smoke myself, but just keep them for the customers. You know how that is.
Yes, of course. Go on, Mr. Williams.
Well, I started for the road again, and suddenly I heard a kind of whoosh behind me. I looked, and my car was a sheet of flame. My passenger was in the middle of it. I must have panicked. The next thing I knew, I was running up the road.
And that's all you remember?
That's all.
Anything you want to ask him, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Mr. Williams, you took your briefcase with you when you went for petrol?
I was afraid my passenger might steal it. He had his hand on it several times earlier.
You don't wear hats, Mr. Williams?
I must have lost it. When I realized I was running away, I realized, too, that I had no hat. I bought a new one.
How about trouser belts, sir?
No, only braces.
That's all. Thank you, Inspector.
Now, tell us, if you will, Mr. Williams, why you never came forward until we found you.
Oh, that. Well, I guess you'd better know. You'll find out anyway. Women. Too many of them.
You are married, aren't you?
Well, to one of them. Nora. A loyal girl. No questions asked. Wonderful woman.
Yes, she is. We've talked to her. In fact, she's on her way here now.
You won't mention what I told you, gentlemen, about the others? Between us men, that is.
Yes, we'll respect your confidence, Mr. Williams, as far as the law allows. Mr. Williams, did you have a mallet in the toolbox of your car?
Yes. Yes, I did. Used it for pounding dents out of fenders.
Did you take it out when you stopped along the road on bonfire night?
Oh, come to think of it, I did. The cap of the petrol tin seemed stuck, and I think I used it to loosen the cap.
And then?
Well, I must have dropped it near the car.
Yes, you must have. Well, that'll do for now. If you'd care to wait for your wife, Nora, you can wait in the next room.
Oh, thank you, gentlemen. I'll do just that.
This way, Mr. Williams.
Well, thank you, Sergeant. Thank you very much.
Well, sir?
4 women. Not too much money. You pick up a tramp no one will ever miss, get him drunk, burn your car and the tramp, let the world think you died in your own car, and start over. Seems so simple. It's really quite complicated. And where there are complications, there are always discrepancies. Aren't there, Sergeant?
Discrepancies. Yeah, several. Did you notice them? Now you take the business, the mallets, the 3 extra wives, the disposal of the petrol tin, holes, big ones. And of all people, it was Nora Williams who supplied the next one.
If I may, Inspector, I'd like to have my husband's wallet returned now.
Oh, is there something in it he particularly wants?
Yes, some of the money. He's out of tobacco and wants to buy some cigars.
Oh.
I never saw such a man for smoking. Pipes, cigars, cigarettes. He certainly loves tobacco.
Next one. And if Robert Williams lied on that score, in how many other instances?
We found the petrol tin 15 yards from the wreck. How did it get there, Mr. Williams?
I must have carried it there and dropped it or something.
Our pathologist states positively that the hairs caught on the mallet are human hairs. How do you account for that, Mr. Williams?
How should I know? Maybe somebody got hit with it somewhere, sometime. How should I know?
You said you don't smoke. Then your wife asked for your money to buy tobacco. Why did you lie, Williams?
What's she trying to do? Frame me?
I suggest, Williams, that you had petrol in that tin all the time. That you poured it over that vagrant after you knocked him unconscious with a mallet. That you laid a trail to the car and set fire to it yourself.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What for? Why should I do a thing like that?
We have that answer, Williams. All 4 answers. In London, Brixton, Greenwich, and Bournemouth. And a possible 5th in Faddingham. Your story doesn't wash, Williams. We're charging you with willful murder. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Now, about this mallet.
And that mallet can be found today if you look for it in an honored place in the Black Museum. No one actually saw the crime committed by Robert Williams, did they? But the circumstances were clear, and certainly Williams's life was the life of a rascal, to say the least. However, it may interest you to know that the day following Williams's execution, a London newspaper published a last-minute interview with the prisoner in which he confessed the crime, admitted the details as Inspector Lorch had deduced them, and revealed for the first time that the man he killed was entirely unknown to him, a vagrant whom he'd picked up in his car once or twice before. To the extent that Williams paid with his life, justice was served. Of the 4 women who'd been his dupes, nothing is known except that they picked up the pieces of their lives as well as they could. And the mallet, our exhibit, can be found in its customary place in Scotland Yard in the Black Museum. And now, until next time, till we meet again in the same place, and I tell you another story of the Black Museum, I remain as always, obediently yours.
Excited for join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.